The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 83, Stratagem. The human body is fragile. No matter how well one can manipulate blessing, it is impossible to make up for the difference in the innate physical abilities. It was obvious that the enemy was an excellent warrior. His unbreakable spirit in a desperate situation like this and his capability was of the top class amongst the humans Raynal had met until now. However, even if he wouldn't have problems against an ordinary magical beast, when compared to Game Lion Raynal, who was born to be a ruler, his power was a bit too weak. Del's attacks were powerless against Raynal's impregnable fur. Neither sharp slashes, nor the rushing energy of light could wound Raynal's body. So this is a human, huh? Weak, too weak. I could have enjoyed myself more if you had brought the Dragon Slayer sword. Del didn't reply to Raynal. He just desperately came to grips with Raynal's attacks. He fended off the attacks that could smash him along with his weapon and quickly came around into his blind spot. He endured the roar and boldly aimed for Raynal's eyes. At first glance, his movements weren't abating, but the dazzling light that filled his body was starting to fade away. Blessing, the power that Death Knights use is finite. There was also a difference in the endurance of the two. It was obvious that Del would eventually collapse if things continued this way. But that kind of battle wasn't what Raynal was looking for. It was meaningless to defeat a warrior that wasn't at his peak. After crossing each other countless times, Raynal finally retreated. Del readied his sword that was now pretty much fully blunt with countless chips in its blade and glared at him with blazing eyes. Death Knight, there is no killing intent in your attacks. Why won't you charge in and kill me? Ha, ha. Del was an excellent warrior. His skills, power and courage were exceptional for a human. However, he was boring. Del's attacks lacked the intent to kill. That was exactly why he wouldn't pursue retreating Raynal. Perhaps there was a reason for that, but that would be too boring. The attacks of End Baron had an intent to kill Raynal at all costs. It had a sentiment close to a curse that he'd kill Raynal even if he had to die to do it. The way he pushed forward even in face of his weakness, Holy Silver, despite still not being on par with Raynal, was admirable. And his determination didn't change even as he was escaping from the hole in the wall. Race didn't matter. He was the true monster. One had to be a monster to kill another monster. It was too much of a pity to expend the warrior in front of him just to buy some time. Raynal gathered his power. Strong heat rose inside his body. As he took a deep breath, his golden mane bristled up. Try to take this, human warrior. My power. Perhaps sensing the change in the air, Del's expression distorted. All the light power in his body gathered on the tip of his sword. Unlike before, he focused on attacking. As expected, the warrior before him had experienced countless battlefields, Raynal thought and laughed. Raynal was a hybrid of a lion magical beast and a dragon. Bestowed to him by the dragon blood flowing in his veins was not just his sturdy body. His energy became concentrated. A burning pain ran through his throat. His fur started shining golden. Dragon breath. It is a secret technique of dragons that transforms one's power and releases it. It is also one of the reasons why dragons are considered to be the strongest. It had been a really long time since Raynal had last released this. Until now, most of his battles ended before he could use it. He might have not used it even once after he got the title of the Demon King. Raynal wasn't a pure-blooded dragon, but the power of breath released from his trained body surpassed that of an ordinary dragon. Del didn't need a warning. As weak as he current was, the Death Knight fully intended to receive the breath. A sword made of steel meant nothing in front of the dragon breath, but the knight himself had no fear. A quiet light whirled around the sword's blade. Fatigue was irrelevant. Right now, the power of the Death Knight in front of Raynal was at its peak. And, this was the end. Taking a deep breath, Raynal roared. Del roared back. Then, the golden light was released, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. It was truly a power befitting of somebody known as the strongest. There was no impact. The sound disappeared along with other sensations. The surge of a powerful energy temporarily paralyzed Dell's 5 senses. He couldn't avoid it. If he turned his back, he'd be instantly burnt to black. Overcoming this situation would require him to concentrate his power. Woo! He mustered up all his spirit and roared in order to gather all his power. He focused all his blessing on the sword. This strain made even more cracks appear on the steel sword. The spiral of power that whirled around the sword's blade looked far too powerless against the enormous energy in front of him. However, Dell wasn't afraid. Death Knights had fought a lot of things over the years. Naturally, one of those also included the strongest creatures in this world, dragons. Photon Break. That was the name of this technique. Death Knights are offense-oriented knights. Techniques like this are naturally being taught. The technique to block dragon breath isn't exactly possible for a third-ranked knight to use. In that case, he'd open up a way. He would break through his fate of death from the front. The whirling light pushed its way through the destructive energy from the front. The air burnt and he felt strong heat on his skin. He lost all his sensations, only controlling the energy with sheer determination. It was a tremendous energy that was hard to believe came from a pure-blood dragon. However, dragon breath wasn't something one could use continuously. He didn't even know what he was shouting anymore. The tip of the thick steel blade shattered, and the crack spread to its base, corroding it. A dull impact was transmitted to his arm. Photon Break wasn't the kind of technique that would drown out dragon breath. It was a technique for parrying it. It disturbed the flow of the energy with the positive energy and warded it off to the side. The released power certainly pierced through the center of the far more enormous power. However, for a second, within his slowing thinking, Del Gordon realized that he had lost. No, the breath is too powerful. The power that was sharpened and over-concentrated, was completely pushed back. He wouldn't be able to fend it off at this rate. And, Del would surely die in the aftermath. Raynol's power was undoubtedly being showcased at its peak. Breath was still continuing. It was long. It would most likely be quite a strain on Raynol himself too. Demon King used all his power against Del, an opponent that he would be able to defeat easily if they kept on fighting. Because of the nature of his technique, it wasn't possible to evade it by moving to the side. He bent forward and stood firm. The heat burnt his bare skin and face. The golden power in front of his eyes that could end the world was frightening, yet beautiful. He remembered the figure of the vampire that escaped. Damn it! I at least made him use his breath. The rest is up to you. To think that the Death Knight, who had spent his life slaying vampires, would think of one in his final moments. Life could take strange turns sometimes. The moment he thought this, the pressure suddenly disappeared. When he came to himself, Del was lying on the floor. He could not feel his body at all. But what he saw was definitely the ceiling of the same castle where he was fighting a moment ago. He was completely out of power. In Del's current state, he could be killed effortlessly even by the lowest-ranked magical beast. But he was alive. It wasn't that he withstood dragon breath. It stopped midway. He used all his power and slightly tilted his face. That was when the sound finally came back. He couldn't understand the meaning. Then, his heart trembled. Raynol had already stopped paying attention to Del. The one Raynol was looking at was that vampire. But his entire body was wrapped in sinister black flames. As his limbs and head, even his transformed blade was being burnt by black flames, End Baron declared. I made it in time. If I can only produce sparks, I can just come back after I make it flame up. With this I can kill you. I can kill you. I will kill you. Demon King Raynal. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 84.1, Stratagem, 2. Cursed Flame is a terrifying ability. I felt as if it was eating away not only at my body, but also at my soul. The continuous pain and heat made my vision flicker. Nevertheless, the black flame only burnt layers of my skin, a few millimeters of my flesh. The skin regenerated the moment it burnt. The fire would continue to burn as long as I had blood power. Blood power is amazing. Manipulating it could be said to be the essence of the vampires. I got this idea from the power of Death Knights. Senri strengthens her physical abilities by circulating blessing through her body. What I'm doing is similar to that. Being subjected to continuous pain is very painful, yet a very nostalgic feeling. But this time I won't die. I won't die. As long as I kill Raynal, I can concentrate my power on making the cursed flame disappear and revert to my original form. This is a decisive battle. I can't rely on Del's help anymore. I put my burning leg forward and advance ahead. At this moment, the only things I'm conscious of is myself and the Demon King Raynal. Demon King Raynal looked unharmed at a first glance. The same mane, shining with yellow hue and sharp silver claws. But, to the undead like me, it was obvious that his power had declined a lot compared to before. The reason was probably the ejection of the super high energy dragon breath a moment ago. If I hadn't interfered in the middle of it, Del would have definitely been erased. Still, Del was heroic for resisting that energy even for a short while. I don't have much time. Even when I'm idling, my head is throbbing with pain. I'm using the blood power to regenerate myself in order to resist the cursed flame. I can last for a while, but my power isn't bottomless. I should have drunk more blood from Monica. Raynal narrowed his eyes and glared at me, as I was wrapped in cursed blaze. "Nu, that power is cursed flame, huh? Did Hebram betray me? Is that what you think? What bloodlust, you monster! It's hot. But neither my bones nor my flesh is burning. That's why I can still stand. I reorganize my thoughts that are being eaten away by the pain. I concentrate on thinking. Raynal resisted me when I attacked him from above. He resisted even if it meant stopping attacking Del. In other words, if I have this much force, cursed flame will be enough to work against Raynal. The black flame definitely burnt his fur. It damaged him. But one hit wasn't enough to get rid of him like Selzard. Raynal was carefully watching my movements. I must absolutely avoid his silver claws that can kill me with one blow. It has a long range too. I point the sword in my blazing right hand towards him. I'll kill you. Definitely kill you. Completely kill you. That's all I will think about right now. I have no leisure to think about something else in front of this dreadful king. The only monster here is you. Look for a chance. Raynal's voice is hoarse. Dragon breath burnt his throat. Touching him wasn't enough to defeat him. It was only to be expected since even Hebram, who used the perfect, cursed flame, couldn't beat Raynal. My opponent had already experienced the cursed flame. I tear away at my flesh with the sword. This way, I might be able to damage him by burning him with the fire from the wound. I might be able to burn him from the inside. I hide the fever and pain with a scream and charge at him. Raynal also roars, but I break through with just my vigor. The silver claws swoop down on me from above. I evade it by making a sudden stop and breaking my ankles. Calm down, keep your composure. The moment I tell this to myself, Raynal's snout mows down on me and sends me flying. I'm slammed into the wall. The impact makes my flesh burst and my bones break. I'm made to acknowledge it once again. Having a heavy body meant more power. He should have touched the flame, but Raynal still doesn't stop. He charges at me. His fighting spirit is unbelievably fierce for somebody who's always reigned as the king. As expected, demon kings and human kings are different. I was desperate. The moment I ducked, the wall I was thrust into fell apart from the power of silver claws. Reyno was using his full might. He was miles apart from himself while ago when he was still trying to keep me alive. But now I have the low ground. Reyno's stomach is right before me. Blood from my head is dripping into my eyes. I stab his stomach with a momentum strong enough to rip off my arm. The sword created by Sharp Claw is also a part of me. A dull impact is transmitted to me. Heavy and hard, yet also flexible. Is this the skin of the dragon that's used for the armors of countless heroes? Reyno didn't choose to crush me. As soon as he got hit, he jumped away with a speed unbelievable for his giant body. I reprimand my body and stand up. I look down on my right arm. There is a crack in the bone blade. The crack instantly disappears, but the shock remains. I couldn't pierce through. I attacked his completely unguarded stomach, but I couldn't deal any damage. I just need a little more. I can feel that I just need a little more push, but the bone blade was blocked by Reyno's fur. It's the fur. His fur is too sturdy. The first thing I managed to wound was his forefoot. There is no fur on the soles of his feet. His paws. His paws are the only things I can wound. Maybe the reason why Reyno took the first hit there is because it's his weakness. My sword was wrapped in flames, but it was still almost completely ineffective. Reyno repelled the rubble without making a single sound, maintaining the posture of being ready to jump on me. His fur was still shining gold. What a terrifying power, so this is Undead. What a formidable enemy you are. Reyno most likely chose to retreat because if he chose to crush me, he'd have been impaled through his stomach. There's only so little gap left between us. But it doesn't get filled. I can't think of a way to fill it. Even if I tried to use the momentum of his attack against him like before, he's already cautious of that. My hand is shaking. Should I run for now? I can't do that. If I run away, Del will die, and even without that, Reyno won't let me escape. I had a premonition. If I think about running away I will lose. I'll change this fever that's burning me into the fighting spirit. I glare at Reyno, who still hasn't dropped his kingly facade and force a smile on my face. If you want to run, I won't chase you. Kukuku. What foolishness. A coward cannot become the king. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 84.2, Stratagem, 2, Skull and Crossbones, Skull and Crossbones, Skull and Crossbones. The impact runs through my body. My field of vision shakes violently. I don't know just how many times I've rolled on this floor already. The power I replenished by sucking Monica's blood is abating very fast. My perceptual ability, enhanced after I learned how to manipulate blood power, is precisely gauging the countdown until everything ends. It's not like my opponent doesn't get tired either, he's just too tenacious. I'm not strong enough. I'm just a little short on power, short on pure muscle strength. I felt this during my fight with Albertus too, but I should have become much stronger since then. Does this mean that the world is just that wide? I move my body and evade his furious attack. At this point I'm just relying on my instincts. I might be fighting a monster, but my fighting spirit hasn't died yet. Power. I need more power. Del is rolling in the corner. Looks like he's completely used up all his powers, there's no signs of him getting up even after some time has passed. Would she be able to bounce back if it was Senri? Such meaningless thoughts start to go through my brain. However, Del's eyes are at least open. The blood. I need to replenish blood. So, you are still not giving up. You truly are the best enemy I have ever faced. Reyno roars. Frighteningly enough, contained in his roar was an emotion closer to happiness. Should I attack him from the inside like my initial plan? But although I don't know how it would be if it was Man-Eater. Raynal isn't stupid enough to eat me while I'm on fire. Both the blade and the fire are repelled by the fur. I somehow manage to ward off the attack by twisting my body, but the impact still adds on. How did I win against Albertus? Oh, right. I drank blood. I avoided the crisis by drinking blood. But this time, the situation is different. Albertus had a weak spot. Having had curse placed on her by a vampire, she had some leftover fear of them. Raynal doesn't have that. And, to start with, Raynal's power isn't from a curse. I can't steal it with curse steal. Even if I somehow manage to drink his blood, beast's blood won't increase my power by much. I'll just be killed. It's at times like this that the Lord doesn't come out. Arg, he's so useless. The silver claws that he swiped at me shallowly hurt my left hand. Overriding the pain of cursed flame, sharp pain passes through my arm. I immediately cut my arm off at the shoulder. It takes some time to heal the damage caused by the claws. I have no choice but to do this. I grow a new arm fast enough, but the power exhausted by it isn't a little. Heavy. Fast. Raynal's movements are still as strong, almost as if he's not even a living being. The king's room is now pretty much different from ruins. This a perfect place for the current Raynal. There is nothing I can use as a weapon nearby. There is no useful terrain either. I can't find good materials. No, on the contrary, Raynal's power is even recovering. The energy he used a while ago for dragon breath is being refilled. Is there nothing else? I need something to overcome this situation. I desperately make my mind turn. I don't want to drink Dell's blood, and even if I did, I doubt it'll help me recover much strength. My throat is parched. Raynal doesn't let his guard down much. He's getting used to my movements. If he can accumulate his power, I will be burnt to a crisp by dragon breath. I have no means of dealing with it. The power. I need more power. Vampire's physical strength isn't enough. I need it. The power to cut through Raynal's fur. I was way too focused on his claws. A body slam coming from his giant wall-like physique sends me flying, and the impact that almost shatters my whole body is transmitted to me. I can no longer afford to just be on defensive. My head is strongly slammed into the floor and my field of vision shakes violently. At this moment, I realize that there is something else I haven't tried. Cuckoo. Maybe it was thanks to hitting my head. I should thank Raynal. I find it slightly funny and end up letting out my voice. Raynal, who tossed me about like a storm, didn't chase after me. I prop myself on my hands and get up. The flame that's eating into my body still hasn't disappeared. What an annoying fire when it can't even burn Raynal. It's troublesome whether it's using it and having others use it against me. I don't need words anymore. What I need is a fighting spirit and bloodlust. That's why, this is not a conversation, but rather a ritual to resolve myself. I declare to Raynal. An unrecognizably cold voice comes from my throat. I will kill anybody who tries to kill me. I pour in blood power. And I transform. My arms stretch and grow greatly. My sharp claws scrape against the stone floor. The flame didn't go out, but there is an even stronger heat gathered in the center of my body. My field of vision becomes higher. I get on all my fours. I feel bizarre coldness behind my ears. My view changes and instead my sense of smell conveys the information about the world. Raynal was just looking at me, astounded. I hear a creaking sound from inside my body. Growth doesn't stop. It's the blood power. The blood power made the curse grow. My body is heavy. My forelegs that I can see on the ground are surprisingly huge, and black enough to be recognizable even seen through the cursed flame. I remember the monster I've faced before. But I don't feel moved. The heat I feel inside my body is incomparable to that of when I was a vampire. I'm not a white dog. Right now, I'm a dog monster. I did it. This is it. This is the world Alberta saw, the murderous intent she felt. My breath is hot. I let out a hoarse voice. I will kill you. That is, your true form, huh? I'm filled with power. The urge to destroy and the feeling of omnipotence almost make me lose my sanity. But I can't win against this demon king if I stop thinking. That slight judgment and reason are what keep me as a human. The holy silver claws are shining. My current body is as big as Reynolds, but that only means that I have become a bigger target. The claws on my forelegs are black and sharp, drawing an ominous arc. They're definitely made to kill. This form is the embodiment of bloodlust. With those claws and this power, I can definitely tear apart Reynolds' body. But Reynolds also knows that. He'll try to evade. I won't be able to keep this form for long. My blood power will run out in a few minutes. I don't know what will happen if the origin of the vampire's curse manifests while I'm in this form. Are you not going to attack me? Reynolds is saving up power for his trump card, Dragon Breath. I'll decide everything with a single hit. I put all my strength in the next attack. I won't leave myself any leeway. The next time I fail, I'll die. I will die. That's why I have to kill him. And, I kicked off the floor, following my instincts. The whole floor collapses with a single kick. I reach a terrific speed. For an instant, Reynolds smiles at my suicidal attack. Reynolds jumps at me. Even after seeing my desperate attack, he still attacks me without an ounce of fear. The holy silver claws are illuminated by the half-moon, shining with dull luster. It's impossible to stop the blow. I knew this since the beginning. I won't evade it either. The movement of the claws slightly slow down as I move forward. He's agitated. Did he think that I would evade it? The claws that were swiped down to the side shallowly cut the base of my forefoot. Intense pain runs through me, but I don't slow down. He didn't target my throat and head because he thought I'd avoid it. I was ready to receive the attack. As long as at least my arm remains, it'll be fine. It's my turn now. For the first time, strong agitation runs through Reynolds' eyes. I swing my right foreleg wide. Unlike the holy silver claws, black claws are crooked and ominously swallow the light. My target is his weak spot. His neck. An instant felt both like a second and a minute. Black claws sink into the golden fur. A heavy sensation is transmitted to me from the claw. I put all my power into it. My claws bury themselves in Reynolds' neck. I hear a tearing sound. Reynolds' giant body shakes. However, I open my eyes wide. It's shallow. I understand it instinctually. I can't kill Reynolds like this. It's the difference between our experiences of fighting with the body of a beast. The cursed flame I'm wrapped in didn't transfer over either. Reynolds doesn't have the same regeneration ability as an undead, but he has his dragon's blood. I'm also wounded. I can't afford to attack the next time if I move away now. I meet Reynolds' golden eyes from a short distance. He has lost control of himself. I take a deep breath. The inside of my lungs tremble with heat. Reynolds' eyes were shaking. And, I spit our cursed fire towards him. My field of vision is dyed black. The jet black flame is far more intense than when I was in a human form, wrapping around the Reynolds in a second. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 85.1, Ancestor. Be careful. Vampires are cruel and immoral monsters. Humans who have been changed after being bit by them, turn out the same. I'm sure, it's instinctual for them. The conversation I once had with Senri crosses my mind. Yeah, that's exactly right. My blood power is close to running out and my sides, torn by Reynolds, hurt as if I've been hit with hot iron. The same goes for my body that's been scorched by the cursed flame, but there is still dark bloodlust whirling inside me. I'm sure this urge won't go away even if I were to be on the verge of annihilation. I suppose this is the true reason why vampires are such terrifying monsters. I think such thoughts in the middle of rampaging urges and pain. Vampires wouldn't retreat no matter what kind of formidable enemy they faced. They wouldn't cower like Oliver. There are no vampires that hate fighting. To fight until they die, that is the curse of the vampires. Raynal is on a rampage. His giant body destroys the walls, and his roar collapses the ceiling. However, even after doing that much, the black flames that surround him don't go out. Looks like, cursed flame, completely started working. I don't know how it managed to flare up. Is it perhaps connected to lung capacity? Was it the power that could only be used in the body of a beast? I can analyze it later. The sky is collapsing. I have no time to chase after him. I'm almost completely out of blood power. I can't even discern left and right because of the hunger and pain. I squeeze what little power I have left, erase the cursed flame on me and return back to human form. My forelegs, covered in black fur, creak and shrink. The armful of rubble in front of me collapses. The ground shakes and I fall on the floor. Even after I regained my form, the wound I had received meanwhile didn't heal. A white smoke rises, and I stop myself from bleeding out. I want to gouge out the wound, but now I can't even spare the power to use sharp claw anymore. Falling rubble might not be a problem normally, but if I get crushed now, I might actually die. Del crawled to the wall, setting his back against it. He's come this far so I'd like to help him out, but I can't really afford to do that right now. And it looks like Del can't move properly either. We make eye contact. A large rock board falls between us. Looks like I don't have enough time to escape. Now that things have come to this, I can only resign myself to fate. I shrink into myself as much as I can and cover my head. I wanted to meet Senri for the last time, at the very least, skull and crossbones. I wonder how much time has passed. It probably hasn't been that long. The shaking stopped, and I finally moved away the hand I was using to cover my head. The ceiling has completely collapsed. I can see the shining half-moon in the sky from the collapsed ceiling. Unlike before, the surrounding is silent. Looks like I managed to avoid getting crushed. But the situation hasn't improved. I want to drink blood. I rebuke my powerless limbs and stand up while staggering. I wipe away the blood that flows down and gets into my eyes. I'm on the verge of death. If I weren't an undead, I'd be dead long ago. Raynal's army is still here. I got to run away fast. But what happened to Del? My head is throbbing, and my thoughts can't seem to settle down. First of all, I have to gouge out the wound Raynal gave me no matter what. At this moment, a large mountain of rubble a few meters away suddenly exploded. Pebbles pour down on me. I immediately cover my face. No, wrong. This is not an explosion. A large black mass stands up and the bits of a hoarse voice resound quietly in the darkness. Oh, what a terrifying monster you are. To think that you would have the same power as he, Bram. No way, this is impossible. Raynal was clearly heavily wounded. His formerly golden fur-covered body was burnt black, no part of his body left fine as far as I could see. But he was alive. The flames that had burnt his whole body were fully extinguished and he was standing on his limbs. He was half dead. There were no traces of power left in him. Nevertheless, his eyes were shining brightly. I thought the pain caused by the cursed flame was supposed to be on the level that living creatures couldn't endure. Is this the blood of a dragon? No, it's probably not because of his dragon blood that Raynal is standing up right now. It's because he's the Demon King. Raynal is only standing because of his pride as the Demon King. Do you still intend to fight? Raynal? He does. He hasn't said anything, but there is still a fighting spirit in Raynal's eyes. And while he called me terrifying, he shows no signs of being afraid. I don't have any more spare energy. Even getting up is a hassle. But I raise my arms and somehow manage to stand ready. Raynal's fur is charred. I wonder if I can pierce it even in my current state. Would it be hard? Raynal's movements are sluggish. He's also on the verge of dying. But the holy silver claws, equipped on his forelegs, are unharmed. I cannot see the chance to win. Raynal's big eyes suddenly narrow. End Baron. I am proud to have fought against you. Monica brought something good back. Looks like he's seen through that I don't have enough power to fight either. But I don't have enough power to run away either, so I have no other choice but to fight. I overwrite the pain with the urge to kill. I'll kill him. I have no intentions of letting myself get killed. I'll murder him. My fingertips creak, as if in response to my bloodlust, and my 5 fingernails sharpen a few centimeters. I don't have the leisure to go on offense. I will somehow manage to evade his attacks and open up a hole in his stomach. That's the only way. His right foreleg is raised slowly. Seeing his imposing appearance that doesn't seem to have changed a little bit from before, I feel regret. I shouldn't have reverted. I shouldn't have reverted before confirming Raynal's death, even if that cost me to be stuck in the form of a beast forever. My senses are out of control. Silver light is slowly falling down. I feel like I'll be crushed just by its pressure. I can't raise my arms. Even if I use my bloodlust as fuel, my legs don't move. Oh no, I'll die. The moment despair invaded my mind, I heard a strange creaking sound. Unable to endure the wind pressure, I fell to my knees. I'm not dead. The silver claws have stopped right in front of my eyes, just a few dozen centimeters away. The forefoot that was about to be swung down was creaking. So, you will get in my way, too. A red thread was wrapped around Raynal's pillar-like foreleg. Thin thread wrapped around him in layers, completely stopping his stout arms. A soft and pleasant voice resounded. It was an unfamiliar voice. I would have never imagined that I would be able to meet the ancestor in a place like this. I desperately searched for the owner of the voice. They were in the shadow of the rubble. The voice belonged to the androgynous-looking woman wrapped in jet-black coat. She's probably a bit older than me. She's approaching Raynal, who has still maintained his majesty even after being burnt entirely without making any sounds. There is a several meters high red cone-shaped pillar behind her. No, it's not a pillar. It's blood. The intense scent of blood that would make one choke. The thread stretching from there is stopping Raynal's movements. The arm, that was right in my face, is slowly lifted up. Demon King Raynal, he is not just a true vampire. He is the king of the vampires, the ancestor. The one who will become the origin, just like my king. I didn't intend to interfere, but fufufu. I cannot exactly let you kill him. Those words changed my suspicion to conviction. This woman is a vampire. She has a wicked presence, as if the crystallization of the night. Not to mention, she's not lesser like me. She's the complete darkness. Should I be rejoicing or lamenting at her appearance? Raynal's target seemed to have completely changed at the very least. So, you were still here, Sable. You underhanded walking corpse. I already warned you, that the next time I meet you I will kill you. I hear a tearing sound. Raynal's arm tore off the blood thread and swung down on the female vampire called Sable. I involuntarily opened my eyes wide. Who'd think that he'd be able to move this well after being burnt entirely? However, Sable laughed. And I must thank him. I didn't expect for him to weak the famous golden game lion to this extent. Reynol's giant body slightly floated up. A low sound, similar to something moist being pierced, sounded several times. Reynol opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Before I knew it, there were countless blood stakes piercing Reynol's body. There were countless stakes cutting through his burnt fur from below and from sides, partially digging into his flesh. Reynol roared. Even after being pierced by the stakes, his claws were mowing down toward Sable. And the moment he tried to tear her delicate body into pieces from above, her body turned into mist. The claws slash away at the air and pierce the ground. Sable materializes a few meters away. Naturally, she's unscathed. Atomization. It's one of the vampire's abilities. Reynol coughs up blood and writhes intensely. His roar turns into vibrations, blowing my body away. Sable ignores Reynol's rampage, turns towards me and kneels. Oh, the great ancestor of vampires. This is the power I have inherited from my Lord of Blood Pain. Our army welcomes you with open hands. Reynol is raging. But the match has already been settled. Countless more blood threads that were released additionally are restraining Reynol. He was already half dead when he was fighting against me, it was the worst timing for him. Bloody red eyes like mine. I can see sharp canines from the sides of her blood-red lips. What should I do? No reason to even consider it. I refuse. Since she mentioned her lord, her master must also be a vampire. And most likely, he's an ancestor, just like me. Becoming his ally would mean becoming Senri's enemy. Above all else, I don't like the attitude of this female vampire. Sable's words sounded polite on the surface, but they were not inviting. She didn't ask for my intentions. Just like Reynol. That being said, I can't fight. I don't have the power for that. Sable's negative energy is enormous. I can see this exactly because we're both vampires. It's doubtful if I could even defeat her in my best condition, not to mention my current state. Looking at me as the gears in my mind were desperately turning, Sable smiled. You are, very wise. That is right, O ancestor. You are far weaker than me as of now. You have no other choice but to oblige. Please rest assured. My lord is gathering the kings of the night. It will be more comfortable than living a solitary life alone. That's not true. I'm not alone. I have Senri, that's why I can't come with you. Sable casually raised her index finger. It's a slender and beautiful finger, white with no blemishes. Suddenly, blood spouts from its tip, creating a small black sphere in the air. The moment I see that, all the hair on my body stands up. This is bad. Sable says in a cold voice. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 85.2, Ancestor. I shall put a wedge on you. I will not harm you, but this is a blood contract. My blood will stay inside your body and kill you, depending on the situation. There are no ways to resist it. There's no mistaking it. This is an anti-vampire ability. Curses and magic don't work on vampires. But this is not that kind of ability. It's also different from the absolute obedience the Lord put me under. Sable's ability is most likely the manipulation of blood. Just like how she restrained Reynol. If she moves blood and uses it to crush my heart and brain, it will be fatal. That's why I can't go against her. This contract is way too violent. The ball of blood is approaching. I can't run away. I can only kill her. But Sable has her guard up. If I focus all my power, I should be able to move my body a little, but counterattack probably wouldn't work. She's already expecting it. The ball of blood changes its form and sharpens like a needle. Its tip approaches my head. The alarm bells in my head are torturing me. My hands, my arms, my shoulders are trembling. Breathing becomes harder. I open my lips that are the only things that can move right now with no idea of what to do. And, with my blank mind, I shout desperately. O dead, prostrate thyself. Kh. Sable's face distorts in astonishment. Her blood needle suddenly stops. My voice is hoarse. The words I half-consciously blurted out weren't said in the language I was familiar with, but strangely enough, I understood them. My hands are trembling. This is not because I'm tired. It's the fear. But this is not the fear toward Sable. Right now I am afraid of my own self. I am the one who defies the underworld, the king of the dead. The ruler of the dark realm. Rejoice. Bow thy head and transform into my servant. I am possible, this is necromancy. Why your confidence had already disappeared from Sable's face. The blood needle melted down and Sable agilely retreated a few meters back, as if running away. Her pale appearance turned even paler, and her fingertips quivered slightly. Only her blood-red lips remained as vivid as before. I am possible. No, you are not a mere vampire. The king of the dead. No way, the new vampire. King of the dead. It was repelled. I can feel it. The magic of subservience didn't work. It was repelled by the resistance of vampires. But it wouldn't be weird even if it worked. I felt that I touched the origin of Sable's curse, its heart. This is the power of the Lord. It's the power Horus Carmen attained over many years. The Lord hasn't come out, but he's certainly living inside me. It's horrifying. It's also different from the everyday magic I learned over many days. Is this the power of dark magic? She should have been aware that she resisted successfully, but Sable's trembling doesn't stop. Her pupils are completely dilated. The female vampire in front of me is currently at the mercy of the fear that's even surpassing her urge to kill. That power, are you a newborn? I must report, to my lord. Stop thy feet. Kh. Sable, who starts running, is stopped in her tracks by my words and almost falls forward. Should I call this an incantation? Necromancers control the dead. With the mana of a vampire, it's possible to do this even if the other person isn't their creation. I was only able to stop her for a second, but that was enough. Sable, who was about to start running away again, was attacked by the silver flash. It was Raynol's claw. Perhaps she ended up releasing the blood restraints from agitation. The side slash from the game lion cuts Sable diagonally from her shoulder. A small scream resounds. Sable's slender body is split into half and falls on the floor. Raynol, who was pierced by blood stakes, was truly on the verge of death. His eyes were clouded, and I could see how he's losing vitality. Yet, he's still standing. His eyes are firmly piercing through Sable, who's collapsed on the floor. Clots of blood overflow from Raynol's mouth and his giant body collapses. All signs of life disappear from him. Bravo! We couldn't exchange words at the end, but he had an admirable end. TSK. You just don't know when to die. I'm not done. Not yet. Sable propped herself up on her hands and got up. Threads of blood stretched out soundlessly, stitching up her torso that was separated from her lower half. That ability is too convenient. I want it too. White smoke rose from her wound. However, while Raynol's attack did indeed damage her, her power mostly hadn't decreased. I'm also a vampire, so I know. The characteristic of holy silver is that it inflicts an injury that cannot be healed, but it cannot directly decrease the blood power. Who would have thought that I would find the strong invulnerability of vampires troublesome? I instantly put power in my words. Submit. Gook. It won't work anymore. It won't work anymore, End Baron. If I'm prepared, it's not that big of a deal. Still pale, Sable smiles faintly. Shit, She builds up tolerance too fast. Looks like Sable is quite high-skilled. According to Senri, vampires are weak to pain, but she hasn't been weakened even though she was split in half just a second ago. That being said, it looks like I managed to buy enough time. Hesitation flashes across Sable's eyes. She's probably thinking if it's better to kidnap me or to run away. That hesitation will be the end of her. KH. White light cut Sable's body from the side diagonally. The pure light that makes my body tremble, gives me a mysterious feeling of comfort. Stepping over the rubble, the holy night arrives. A familiar white traveling outfit. A nostalgic smell. The silver sword is shining, reflecting the moonlight. I'm sorry, End. I'm late. No, it's fine. I just got here, too. Senri, who I saw for the first time in a while, was still as beautiful. Is her face slightly tired because she had to pass through the Demon King's army? However, her clothes are impeccable, not a drop of blood on them. As Senri ran up to where I was collapsed, she glared at the person she had just slashed. She's perfect. Beautiful and terrifying. Del was strong, but the girl in front of me is on another level. No way. A death Knight? Sable's face distorts with astonishment. Having been hit with the holy light, Sable's body has already mostly disappeared. The lower half of her body that she was somewhat holding on to with her blood threads, disappeared and her upper body also only remained until her chest. In that condition, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Sable glared at Senri and at the time checked on me behind her back. Why is a Death Knight siding with an ancestor? End is different from you. Ku. The pillar of blood rotates violently, sending countless needles flying. Senri blocks those needles with a wall of light. The moment blood needles touch the light, they disappear, as if they never existed. Even if Senri has an upper hand because of the compatibility, she's too overpowering. Small amount of blood flows from Sable's lips. Did she bite herself? And, Sable says, as if spitting out the words. Her voice is full of strong resentment. So, this is it, damn you, Death Knight. Senri didn't move. It's because I'm here. She can't move because she wants to protect me from the blood needles. But the match has already been decided. Throwing blood needles also needs power. All Senri has to do is wait for that power to run out. Blood-red eyes turn towards me, as I'm kneeling on the ground. Her tongue licks the blood flowing from her mouth. Let us meet again, End Baron. But as allies next time. It's pathetic, but I can finally say this while hiding behind Senri. I compose my breathing and glare at the female vampire. I refuse. I'm fine with the way things are right now. To start with, Sable has no means of escape. The barrage of blood needles stops. Senri doesn't run out. She keeps standing in front of me as if protecting me. With an almost mocking smile on her face, Sable mocks. Vampires cannot live with humans. The pillar of blood suddenly turns black. Sable's remaining body abruptly expands and blows up. But, it's not a suicide. The next moment, both the pillar and Sable's lower half of the body turn into countless bats. The colony of bats gives out a cry and disperses in all directions. Eventually, there is not even a single article of Sable's clothes left. Senri sighs slightly and focuses her power on her sword. She glances at me. There is strong regret in her eyes. It makes me want to drink her blood. And, I'm sorry. I missed you. Right. Me too. And Senri grandly thrusts her sword forward, releasing power towards the moon. Photon delete. The light erases the group of bats in the sky and disperses in all directions. A band of light is shining in the sky. As I burn this beautiful scenery in my brain, I completely let go of my consciousness. The undead king of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 86.1, Epilogue, The Talent of a Monster. The base of Raynol's army was burning. The order that had been established under the absolute rule of the law of the jungle crumbled in a single night. To start with, the army was founded with the strongest man, the Demon King, as its pillar. No matter how big the army itself was, once that pillar was pulled out, the troops couldn't keep themselves together. The news of the death of Demon King Raynol spread in a second. What assaulted the Demon King's army after that was chaos. Chaos spread from the low-ranking combatants with barely any intelligence. Raynol, who boasted of his absolute strength, had died, and Man-Eater Hebron, who was both hated and feared, had disappeared. Some of the soldiers ran away in fear, some comprehended the significance of their king's death and started plotting how to replace him, and some turned to looting. The camp, that had been set up to some extent, burnt down, and the stench of death whirled in the darkness. Uniting various species required a symbol with an undebatable strength. The army that had been functioning as a single entity until yesterday, had split into race-based factions, and the treasury was already being invaded by the thieves that were formerly the members of the army. Oliver Arbor, the executive of the Demon King's army and the werewolf who was once assigned an important position because of his abilities and strength, quietly peeked out from the room in his human form. The chaos had yet to spread to the houses near the castle. Perhaps the place where executives lived was hard to approach for the lower-ranking soldiers. However, peace wouldn't last long. After all, the high-ranking soldiers with intelligence were now also eagerly looking for the opportunity to take control of Raynol's former army. Demon King Raynol's army was finished. Even if it got back on its feet, it would be impossible to conquer the fortified city, Romberg, with an army that lacked the pillar and the order. Oliver was relatively confident in his own strength, but he didn't think that he could become their king. He had to hurry up. He shivered for a second and went outside while carrying Monica over his shoulder. Demon King was strong and grand. However, he died. Oliver didn't think that Raynol would lose. He was instinctively afraid of vampires, but even from his point of view, Game Lion Raynol was overwhelming. Still, looking at the current state of the army, it was obvious what had happened. The reason why Oliver was shaking wasn't because of the rampaging remnants of the Demon King's army. The only thing Oliver Arbor was afraid of was a vampire. Right now, Oliver could only run away. He would run away and conceal himself. Monica, who had her blood sucked slowly, had yet to open her eyes, still unconscious. Though, she was alive. She would be a hindrance, but he couldn't just abandon her. They had undertaken a mission together, and above all, he was asked by that terrifying End Baron to watch over her. Blood-red, cruel eyes. The sharp sign of death coming from his thin body wasn't much different from the vampire that had once changed Oliver. The chances of him coming back was extremely slim. His presence was already fading far away. Just like the ancestor who had killed Oliver's master, End Baron also didn't choose the option of ruling over Oliver. However, if there was even the smallest chance of him coming back, Oliver couldn't do anything but run away. The residents of the fortified city, Romberg, would sooner or later hear about the demise of Demon King Raynol, and would undoubtedly join the hunt for the remnants to vent their anger. Suddenly, countless shining eyes appeared approaching from the foot of the mountain. Those were the lower-ranking soldiers of the former army of Raynol. Now they were just a swarm of magical beasts. As soon as they noticed Oliver and Monica, who looked like humans at a first glance, they surrounded them. Saliva was dripping from their jaws lined with sharp fangs out of excitement. This would have been impossible when the absolute strong Demon King Raynol was alive. In this chaotic situation, all had lost their reasons. They would only calm down after entering under the rule of a new charismatic Demon King. How pitiful, he thought for a second. He had no time to bother with small flies. Oliver looked at the sky that was about to turn into dawn and transformed with a roar, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Miss Senri. What happened to Baron? Are you okay with just any dog? That's. Senri's face was unusually stiff in front of Katarina's pure eyes. One night after my fight with the demon king Rainal, we were returning to the fortified city, Romberg. In truth, it was a bad move to go back to the city. But we had a reason why this had to be done. It's because of Del. Del was on the verge of death. The rubble had broken some of his bones and his blessing was extremely close to running dry. It was highly likely he would die if left like that. I'm the one who had heavier injuries, but Del's not an undead. Del is an enemy, but we've fought together once. It's not like I hate him. It was natural for me to propose to Senri to rescue him. It's not like I proposed this to butter her up. Though, I knew that she'd rescue him even without my advice. This was also not because I wanted to see the city or anything. Infiltrating the city wasn't hard. Senri seemed to have treated the soldiers when she was staying in the city, and Del was also well known for subduing the Demon King's army alone. He and Senri had built up so much trust within the city that they would be let in even if they brought a strange dog with them at night. Thus, we came to Katarina just to say goodbye. Right now, I'm a black dog. I was able to change my size, but I couldn't change my color. Unlike the utter ball of fluff I was before, I look plenty more dangerous. My claws and fangs are all sharp, and my form packs style too. Before, I was a ball of cuteness, now, I'm a ball of coolness. I'm so cool and strong looking that mercenaries ask to purchase me whenever they see me walking in the city. I barked confidently and approached Katarina while wagging my tail. As I got close to Katarina, who shook with fear, I channeled my desire to please and sat down. Katarina was frozen for a while, her eyes open wide, but she still hesitantly patted my head. What a well-behaved boy. Miss Senri, where did you find him? What is he called? Well, he was outside. I haven't decided on the name yet. He looks strong, he also very smart and is a good boy. Also, only his tail is white, isn't it? Right, it turned white. Oh, I see. So only my tail is white right now. Unfortunately, it's hard to see my own tail when I'm in the form of a dog, and because of the characteristic of lesser vampires, I look semi-transparent in the mirror, so I can't check myself out readily, but this isn't too bad either. It's not as bad as a charming attribute. Katarina takes out a biscuit from her pocket and holds it out to me. I thankfully accept it and lick her hand. Katarina's eyes narrow and she says happily. In addition, he's very friendly, like Baron. To think that I'd charm children even with his cool appearance, I'm such a sinful vampire. I've no need for a fascinator, do I? As I happily wag my tail in response to the compliment, Senri looks at me with eyes so cold, that it seems to freeze life itself. It makes me doubt her expression during our reunion. Baron, will you go with Katarina? No way. I'm only devoted to you, Senri. Is she jealous? Is this so-called jealousy? Being popular sure is tough. I left Katarina and leaned in close to Senri. Here, I noticed that the tips of my forelegs had become white. How strange, they were definitely black a moment ago. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 86.2, Epilogue, The Talent of a Monster. Skull and Crossbones. Demon King Rainal died. His army still remains, but I killed the strongest person there, Demon King and Man-Eater, so the rest will take care of itself. Del is here too. To start with, in most cases, the Demon King's army will apparently collapse if you kill the Demon King. Senri said this, so it must be true. It seems that everybody from the merchant group who gave me food was mostly safe, so I'm glad to hear that. I thought I would die many times, but the battle with Rainal brought me a lot of things. I more or less understand how to use my power, and I obtained Cursed Flame, too. I don't want to do it again, but fighting against a strong enemy was a very good experience. There are a lot of things I have to think about, like an encounter with new vampires, but it should be okay to take a rest for a bit. As expected, Senri's the best. Being close to her makes me feel very relieved. In my opinion, what the vampires lack are people who trust them. That is what turns monsters back into humans. I'm hungry. I received the minimum required amount of blood from her right immediately after we reunited, so I recovered to an extent, but it wasn't close to enough. Apparently Senri was worried about me the whole time we were separated. She also seems to be feeling guilty. I say, won't she give me her blood? My expectations rise all the more. I feel like sleeping in a cozy coffin for many days and relaxing with Senri. Looking at my wagging tail, Senri sighs quietly and smiles so slightly that only somebody who knows her well enough would notice it. Baron, we'll be leaving the city right away. We can't stay here. Dell's comrades are also in the nearby city. I see. Not to toot my own horn, but right now I can become bigger. I can even properly let Senri ride on my back. I should be able to go anywhere with no flowing water. I'm pretty fast in my dog form. We'll be in the next city right away. Though it's also hard to give up on giving her a piggyback ride. It's dusk, the best time. I'm always ready to go. I won't have a thing to complain about if I get a little bit of blood, but I'll save it as something to look forward to later. Once we reach a faraway city, we can take it easy for a while. You need to rest. Specifically, you will rest for a while until your body turns white. Looks like Senri prefers a cute fluffy white dog over a cool black dog. I'm quite fond of the things as they are right now, but if Senri's saying otherwise, it's unavoidable. I reflexively ask Senri, who has her face close to me and is looking into my eyes. Will you give me blood too? I will. So, don't talk. It will look suspicious. Certainly, a speaking dog is out of line. I shut up and follow Senri, who's going through the leaving procedure, while wagging my tail, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Blessing is life itself. Death Knights, who excel at manipulating it, possess a far superior regeneration ability and endurance compared to ordinary humans. If they focus their powers, they can heal broken bones and they can fight day and night too. The third-class knight, Del Gordon, was heavily wounded, but even that was nothing compared to the injuries he usually received. End was outside the room. There were only Del and Senri inside. Del was lying on the bed, glaring at Senri without moving an inch. Cough, cough, don't heal me. Senri Silvis. If my wounds are healed, I would have to chase after you too. Death Knights also have a wide social network. They move in groups with the first-class knight as their leader, but Senri had met Del Gordon before. He was a member of the squad led by Heavenly Garb, known for their consistent mission accomplishment rate. I owe that vampire. As unacceptable as it is for a Death Knight. Besides, I have no chances of winning while I'm injured. That's why, while I hate to say this, I have no choice but to let you two get away. Del's expression was grim the whole time. It was understandable. Rather, the reason he was letting them go so easily was that the man called Del Gordon was not the victim of the tragedy caused by the undead. However, there was animosity in his eyes. Though, that was not the animosity towards End. It was animosity towards Senri. Del declared with a groaning voice. But the next time we meet, staking my pride as the Death Knight, I swear towards all the victims of past tragedies, that, Senri Silvis, I will kill you. No matter what the circumstances may be. I see. Senri's expression didn't change. She was already a traitor. For the Death Knights, she was somebody to be avoided even more than the undead, their enemy. She was the traitor, who despite being a Death Knight, changed sides towards the undead. Her master let her go once, but others wouldn't be so forgiving. But she was already prepared for all this. It's not like Senri decided to take End's side without thinking. Seeing that Senri didn't react, Del frowned. His voice didn't contain the same anger as before. Senri, this is a warning. Kill that man and Baron. Bestow salvation upon him while he still can be saved. You're a genius Death Knight, but that man has the talent of a monster. I'm not talking about him having strong abilities. End Baron will become a terrifying king. Sooner or later, he will become the greatest enemy of the Death Knights. Dell's words were strongly emotional. Senri understood it. End's curse steel contained with itself a terrifying possibility. They didn't even know what multiple curses could do to End. Once, Senri speculated that End's transformed self represented his heart. Now, End had become able to transform into a black dog. It showed that this slightly easygoing young man didn't remain unchanged. But, even so, Senri simply looked at Dell and said, "I won't let it happen. Kill him. As long as you still have the pride as the Death Knight." Dell turned away and closed his eyes. Dell's worries were justified. End's escape would become even harder from now on. The word of Senri's withdrawal would spread through the whole order of Death Knights, and the retainer of the Snake King, an ancestor known for his might, would find out about End's existence. Senri used Photon Delete, but if she missed even a single bat, they would regenerate. She most likely didn't actually get them all. Maybe purifying End would be a salvation for him. But End would definitely not want that. Thus, Senri could only take his side. Senri reignited her resolve without letting it show on her face, turned her back on Dell and left the room. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 87.1, End's Seriousness. I feel like it's been quite a long since I've gained a new life as an undead. Of course I understand that the actual time that has passed isn't that long. But for me, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that that time is comparable to my previous life, where I was bedridden alone my whole life. At first, I was a fleshman. After gathering the power of death, I turned into a ghoul, and by taking in the Lord's remains, I have become a lesser vampire. After finding Senri, somebody who understood me, she shared her blood with me and I became stronger. I learned combat techniques. I became able to use magic, albeit slightly. After a mortal combat with Albertus, I stole her ability to transform into a dog. I realized how to use the ability Dark Stalker and awakened my dormant special ability Curse Steel. And now, I have gained even more power after a fierce battle with the Demon King. I learned how to use blood power, stole the Cursed Flame. I haven't mutated into the next rank, but my powers are not the same as they were when I first turned into a lesser vampire. Looking at me, as I stood in the middle of the room imposingly in a human form, with my arms folded, Senri said while frowning. "I see. What are you trying to say, End?" Senri is beautiful even when she's scowling. Even without the wonderful fragrance of blood coming from her porcelain-like skin, if I was in my dog form right now, I'd be going crazy wagging my tail. Senri looks exasperated every time I wag my tail, but it's something I cannot stop even if I wanted to. It's an irresistible destiny as a dog. Senri Silvis is emotional support for me now. I have confidence that I'll be fine even if the whole world becomes my enemy as long as she's by my side. If she's ever gone, I don't have confidence that I won't turn into a monster. To this very important person, I say with a serious expression. I want revenge, Senri. I gather the blood power in my limbs. If I concentrate the usually slowly moving power, my already monstrous physical abilities reach another level. Revenge. Perhaps the Death Knights can see the flow of blood power, as Senri's expression grows stiff. But it's already too late for her to realize her blunder. I point my finger at her and say. Senri, I'm challenging you. I want to redo the game of tag we had before, when you toyed with my pure heart with underhanded tricks. If I can catch you, I will do whatever I want to you, just as you said last time. I was inexperienced then. I didn't know how to use my powers and I didn't understand the strengths and weaknesses of vampires either. I'm different now. Whatever the result, I still survived a deadly fight with the Demon King Raynal. Even if I can't beat Senri, I should be able to catch her. No, I'll definitely catch her. And I'll also end the thing I've been postponing for so long. Senri meets my bold declaration of war with an exasperated face. And, actually does voice her feelings with "I'm astonished. But I'm serious." Senri at that time was way too cruel. Even if it was for the sake of training, for her to play with the pure heart of a vampire, she's an even more devilish woman than the actual demon, Monica. Senri and I are facing off in a room in the inn. Although it might be a double room, the room itself isn't that big. Naturally, there is no oasis nearby like last time either. I can evaporate some water with magic, and knowing Senri, she'll be careful to not hurt me, so this place with a few spaces to escape to is extremely beneficial for me. I was eagerly waiting for the right timing. It has been more than a week since the last time I received blood from Senri, so it's not like I have a lot of blood power to spare, but the reason I chose this moment was because blood tastes the best when I'm thirsty. It was a very natural decision. I will take the best blood in the best way at the best time. Senri lets out a small sigh. I can't believe I was surprised. You can only keep saying that now, Senri. I've matured while I was away from you. Of course, I won't use cursed flame. I won't lengthen my claws and fangs either. It's only natural because my objective isn't to injure Senri. But, I have confidence to catch her even without those. Senri touches the finger I am thrusting at her and makes me lower it. I don't remember saying that you could do anything you wanted. So you've lost your nerve now, Senri. How unfair. I didn't say that. Besides, if you want blood, I'll just give it to you. It's a bit early, but I was expecting it to come soon. Senri brushes up her hair a little. I reflexively swallow, but I turn my head away with iron will. Wrong. What I want is not just blood. I want a victory drink. I know the way to drink Senri's wonderful blood even more deliciously. Senri, this is a vampire instinct. I want to catch you and drink your blood. Once I catch you, we will take a shower together. Once we're done cleansing ourselves, we'll dry off properly and go to bed naked. Then, I will spend the night slowly sucking your blood. I want to hold your soft and slender body down and drink your blood. This is a vampire's instinct. Thus, I swore to God on the day I lost that game of tag that I would take revenge one day. And that day is today. Listening to my heartfelt outcry, Senri's cheeks uncharacteristically stiffen. Her neck is slightly dyed red and a dizzying wonderful smell of blood wafts about. However, the smell of Senri's excited blood, twisting from the pleasure of feeding, is no match for me. It's fine. I've practiced on Monica, so I should be able to hold back to some extent. And, vampires don't have that kind of instinct. Then what is it that I'm feeling? Is this perhaps love? Needless to even think about it, I love Senri, who took my side from the beginning. That's why, I want to suck her blood. Feeding is also one of the ways of expressing affection for me. Thus, when she's so against it, I feel a little sad. She already gives me blood regularly, so does it really matter how she gives it to me? Stop it, End. It's good that you're gradually turning white, but I can't keep up with this feeling of tension, so stop it. We're going to play tag. If I catch you, I'll have you say, "End, I love you," instead of keeping your voice down while I suck your blood. And what's more, it won't be just once, but many times. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 87.2, End Seriousness. I'm starved of love. It's only natural because I've mostly only had bad experiences when I was alive. I'm sure that if I could drink blood then, I'd be able to live for a month with one drop. Senri is trembling. This is something that hardly ever happens. Her torso is slightly shaking and her legs are unstable too. This is all part of my plan. Senri is always acting like a level and calm veteran, but on the contrary, if I'm able to make her lose her cool, my chances of winning go up astronomically. This is my resolve. I will get rid of my pride and devote my best to fulfilling my greatest wish. I say to Senri with a resolve not inferior to the one I had while fighting Raynal. That's why, Senri, if you thought that you'd be okay with having your blood sucked while saying, I love you, and, I want you to obediently let me catch you. Cool. I don't particularly want to show her the results of my training. I don't want to win against Senri either. I want to suck her blood. I want to drink her blood while she tells me that she loves me. My fangs are tingling. This is undoubtedly a vampire's instinct. Senri staggers grandly, as if dizzy, but somehow recovers. And raises her face. Her amethyst-colored eyes are quietly glaring at me. I also resolutely glare back at her in response to her indescribable intimidation. As expected from the former Death Knight. Her dignity as the hero still remains. My body almost starts trembling in the presence of my natural enemy, but I can't win if I lose in fighting spirit. Senri is not flawless. She's kind. My words are working. This is the best opportunity. And, also my last chance to win. Senri, are Death Knights and vampires destined to fight each other, after all? Senri says with a quivering voice. Okay. If you insist so much, I'll play tag with you. But, this will be the last one. Got it. I didn't really get it, but I still decided to agree for the time being. I won't think about the future. The present is the most important. Life is short. I have a strange premonition. If I don't do my best right now, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Let's make the conditions fair. I'll definitely not lose, but if I do, you can do anything you want to me. Unfortunately, Senri doesn't seem to have any intentions of losing to me. I can feel an enormous amount of blessing filling her slender limbs. It probably follows the same principle as blood power. Of course, her proficiency can't be compared to mine. But I'm confident that I'll win. Senri's better at using her powers, but my base physical abilities are much better than hers. And, even after strengthening their bodies with blessing, physical abilities of Death Knights still fall behind the physical abilities of vampires. A fight with Sable, the vampire I met at Raynal's castle, gave me a lot of information. I'm still a lower rank, but my physical abilities are definitely better than those of an ordinary vampire. For a second, Senri touches the handle of the sword hanging from her waist, but she immediately lets it go. Sure enough, Senri is kind. I see it. I can see the flow of Senri's powers. Blessing as powerful as a large river fills her whole body, but is mostly focused on her feet. And, you have lost your calm. You need to cool your head a little. I'm calm. Today I will defeat you and go even further. I'm calm. Senri intends to run away. I only have advantage in physical abilities. It would be hard to catch up to her in the town with a lot of buildings where she wouldn't be limited to just the ground level. To begin with, I'll have to hold myself back in the town to not destroy buildings, so I can't use all my powers. I don't want to destroy the buildings. I don't want to be hated by Senri. In addition, she can fly. I'll catch her before she leaves the inn. My advantage is unwavering inside this narrow inn. I swallow and track Senri's thoughts. But, being the experienced fighter she is, Senri must have already foreseen my train of thoughts. How will Senri run away after predicting my thoughts? I read through Senri's thoughts in a second the window. Knowing how heroic Senri is, she'll try to find a way out of this desperate situation. There is a window behind me, but Senri will probably try to run away from there instead of the door behind her, which leads to the corridor. Senri's sudden charge will surprise me and create a momentary opening for her, which she'll use to break the window and run away. It's a terrifying strategy that uses the fact that I understand Senri and know that she doesn't want to destroy the building to its advantage and subverts that expectation. But that plan is a double-edged sword. In order to bring that plan to fruition, she must slip next to me. Its prerequisite is that I'm not aware of this plan. This match is mine. The moment Senri tries to slip next to me, I'll catch her. And even if she tries to slip away from the door, should be able to reach her before she escapes from the inn if I chase after her with all my might. Senri made the blessing circulate through her body, but she didn't cover herself with it like armor. It's fair. Even this late in the game, she's unbelievably fair. And that's exactly why she'll lose to me, as I've abandoned all my pride. Ever since we met until now, Senri's weakness has always been that kindness. No need to feel shy, Senri. I'll also suck your blood while saying I love you, Senri, the whole time. Save the sleep talking for the bed, and. You might think that you've already won, but I know vampires well. Senri's words didn't feel like a lie. Does she have some kind of plan? I have countermeasures against flowing water, and there's no water in this room in the first place. There is no silver and garlic either, and even if they were here, Senri wouldn't use them to not hurt me. It's a bluff. Calm down, End Baron. If you can keep your cool, there is no way you'll lose. I manipulate the blood power as carefully as possible and amass the power. Senri, I don't need a signal. I'll move when you move. I see. I lower my posture and devote all of myself to looking at Senri's every movement. Because of my extreme concentration, time becomes fragmented and I see each of her breaths in slow motion. And, the moment my concentration reached its peak, Senri moved. Her movements were beautiful enough to enchant me. She turned around in a second, leaving only the streaks of light in her place. Senri chose the door that was behind her instead of the window behind me. It was unexpected, but maybe she grasped that I'd already read through her thoughts. But it's still useless. I go forward with all my might without putting my feet through the floor. If Senri's the wind, I'm a beast. Senri's back instantly gets closer and I stretch my hand towards it. And the moment my fingertips are about to reach her back, she disappears like a smoke. Only a small slamming sound remains. I immediately understood the situation. Senri didn't disappear. She made a turn. I involuntarily opened my eyes wide. Senri's retreat route. It was neither a window nor the door leading to the corridor, but rather the door of the bathroom. This option, that I didn't even consider, makes me freeze in my tracks. The bathroom door was outside of my awareness. Why didn't I think about it, you ask? It's because the bathroom of this room doesn't have a window. Not only that, even if breaks the wall, she can only go to the room next door. She can't go outside. Is it perhaps water? Is she planning on using water to trap me like last time? What a vain struggle. I can use drying magic now. It's the kind of magic that ordinary people with a limited amount of mana can use in everyday life, but if I use the enormous amount of mana vampires have, I can instantly evaporate water. Even if I can't dry the river, water in the bathroom won't be a problem. In the first place, you can't exactly call the shower my weakness. While I can't walk on top of a flowing water, I'm completely fine with water falling from above. Well, water will still end up on the ground because of gravity unless something gets in its way, so it's still a nuisance though. I've won. I smile and open the door to catch Senri hiding in the bathroom. Or I try to, when my hand freezes. I can't enter. I really don't want to move my hand. I don't want to touch the doorknob. This is a particularly unique weakness out of the countless weaknesses vampires possess. Vampires can't enter a house without being invited in. I comprehend the situation and hit the door in panic, protesting to Senri, who had barricaded herself inside. Senri, this is unfair. It's cowardly. This is too much. This isn't a game of tag. Shut up. And, reflect on yourself. This is the first time I've been told to shut up. It was a low voice, almost like she was deliberately keeping it quiet, with some sulking undertones. Perhaps Senri is reinforcing it from the inside. I can't make the door budge even if I put more strength into it. I endure my instincts and grip the doorknob, but perhaps because it's locked, it won't turn. I can only cry and beg Senri for mercy. Isn't it fine to at least tell me that you love me? This is too mean. And, I love you so please be a good boy. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 88, End Seriousness, 2. Vampires are terrifying demonic creatures that cannot be dealt with ordinary means by Death Knights. Their physical strength, regenerative ability, and special powers are all powerful, but the worst thing about them is the fact that those undead possess the body of a human and the heart of a monster. Vampires are strong. And they're cunning. Therefore, they are still deeply rooted all around the world despite being burdened by countless deadly weaknesses. True vampire, the vampire mutated from the corpse revived by a necromancer, as well as the retainers created by that vampire, are already demons. Unlike the undead created from the corpses, there are times, when people who have been changed into vampires after being bitten, retain the memories of their previous lives. But their hearts have already been swallowed by their monster instincts. They become drunk on power, merrily attack people, and drink their blood. And sometimes, they pretend to be victims to deceive Death Knights. Senri Silvis once gave her blood to End, who was just ahead. At the time, End was on the brink of disappearing and didn't have much time, but it wasn't like she gave him her blood because she was caught up in the moment. Senri was prepared to protect End and see his future with her own eyes. That included a possibility that End would be consumed by his monster instincts, in which case, Senri would at least exorcise him while he was still human. However, sometime later, End, who had grown exponentially despite still not mutating into the next rank, was now drawing a blueprint at his desk. I will become a coffin craftsman. I will make the comfiest coffin in the world. Perhaps because End was always bedridden, he was full of curiosity. In addition, he was still supposed to be a terrifying vampire, albeit of a lesser variation, but he thought of himself as a human with a somewhat useful body. Senri was always worried about End, who looked like he'd wander away to somewhere like a puppy. Those weren't End's words, but this throbbing of her heart wasn't love. I've noticed that vampires belong in coffins. Apparently, he really liked the coffin he slept in while he was in Raynol's army. Those words made Senri feel like she understood why there were often coffins found in the bases of vampires. Vampires surely liked being inside coffins just like how cats like narrow spaces. It seemed to also have improved his strength, but that alone wouldn't be able to explain End's enthusiasm. End told Senri that he wanted to pull the coffin along in their journey. Senri answered that it would be impossible. Senri left the Order of Death Knights to help End, and her feelings hadn't changed even now, but there were things she could and couldn't do. Coffins weren't sold as beds, and she couldn't have one custom made either. Even finding something dog-sized would be hard. Above all, people would definitely feel suspicious if they saw her traveling by pulling a coffin along. Because coffins weren't meant to be used that way. But End wouldn't understand it. End had been through remarkable battlefields until now. Horace Carmen, Keeper and Raynal were all stronger than him. End, who had overcome many fierce battles with trial and error, was fully intending to come up with a way to overcome this situation too. Saying things like, what if we build wheels on it, or, what if we made it into the style of a bag and carried it on our backs? It sounded like a joke, but Senri, who had spent a considerable time with End, understood it. End was serious. Senri, the coffin is nice. It gives you the best feeling of peace. Its narrowness is also good, it makes you feel like you're fitting in the place you're supposed to fit. Well, End, that's because you're dead. Or so Senri wanted to answer, but she couldn't put a damper on End's excited monologue. It would be better if I never learnt of this feeling. Right now, I want to get into a coffin so much that I'd immediately enter one if a coffin suddenly appeared here. I'd instantly be dead if they put a trap inside that coffin. An ordinary coffin isn't enough. I'll obviously make the insides fluffy. As for the rest, right, I'll make it so I can open and close it from the inside. Modern coffins are really inconvenient, they don't think about the people inside. They don't pursue comfort. I'll carry it during the day, but what about the night? You'll get inside, and I'll carry it. I think it's unexpectedly cozy enough for humans too. No, I'll make it so it will be comfortable for humans too. I have human sensibility too, so I should be able to create a coffin that fits both humans and vampires. No, it's something that only I can do. End declared vigorously. It was a scene that made Senri wonder if he'd probably be fine without her too. End was planning to make a coffin himself with the same steel wool with which he defeated Raynal. End's eyes were lit up with the new goal. Fortunately, I'm strong against monsters. I should be able to somehow get my hands on the ingredients from the powerful monsters that are usually hard to obtain. For now, I want quality. I'll think about mass production later. Senri, you're a human, so I want you to be in charge of the distribution. Is that fine? It was good to have a dream. It would help with forgetting murderous instincts. A coffin craftsman wouldn't cause troubles for others. As for Senri, she couldn't help feeling relaxed. Right, what if I made it self-propelling? I'll make it so it'll be possible to move wheels from inside. It might be hard at first, but conveniently enough, I don't need to sleep so I'll have enough time. I'm itching to put my skills to work. What do I do if I become famous? He even had some strange worries. His train of thoughts was easygoing, but the scary part was, End could actually accomplish it. End was a quick thinker and wouldn't be easily disheartened. Senri thought this at the time when he bought the book about magic too, but he was probably also good at studying. If he hadn't died, he'd definitely become a big shot. And, there's a single problem. Don't worry. I've already considered the living. I'll make a hole for air in the double coffin bed so you can sleep with me too, Senri. Senri ignored the nonsense and told her with a serious face and said. No, coffin craftsmen have no future. Because coffins have stopped being used over the years. The Order of Death Knights was thorough. Their main job was to exorcise the darkness, but they also worked on indirectly weakening it by enlightening others. There were already a few places where they practiced burials that could lead to undead to begin with, and even cremations didn't see coffins be used as of late. Perhaps it was unexpected for him, End's eyes opened wide. Why? Because you guys will end up using it. If every vampire was like End, the world would be more peaceful. Seeing End's pitiful expression, Senri could only sigh. Sylvan, my boy's dreams. Ruined. D. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 89, Searching. When I use Silhouette, it becomes exceedingly hard to find me at night. This ability, that makes my presence, odor and even the sound disappear, provides an extremely high level of concealment. If anybody sees me running, they will only think of me as a fragment of their imagination. It makes sense why true vampires, those who possessed power before becoming vampires by continuously evolving from lower ranks, would be considered more terrifying than people who were turned into vampires after being bitten by them. I avoid the main street and the street lights, running through the city at night. Meanwhile, nobody paid attention to me. Nobody is chasing after me either. My five senses are keen at night. I've realized that I've become able to use the abilities that were too overwhelming at first to some extent. When I reach a desolate inn, I strongly kick off the ground and lightly land inside the open window. There's a single lamp lit in the room, leaving it mostly dim. The light won't really hurt me unless it's sunlight, but she must be keeping my extremely keen eyesight in mind. It was no good, as expected. I see, any injuries? The one waiting for me inside the room was Senri. Her somewhat cold beauty hasn't changed ever since we first met. Looks like she has taken off her fake glasses. I get up and turn around. It's as you can see. Look, no holes anywhere, right? I wasn't discovered. I'm glad. Senri's expression doesn't change, but I can feel from her heartbeat that she's relieved. I'm unharmed. They didn't have silver weapons, so even if they pierced my body, I would still be completely unscathed, but in reality, there aren't even holes on my clothes. Bullets were fired at me, but I evaded everything. I've become used to it. My body regenerates, but my clothes don't. It was simply a big problem for me. Each time I'm burnt, cut, or when I transform, I end up naked. Humans would end up dead if they got burnt or torn to shreds, so they don't have the luxury to think about their clothes, but I'm different and those things unexpectedly happen quite often to me. I can make my body black if I use silhouette, but that can't replace clothes. Though, if I'm careful, I can more or less evade bullets, arrows, knives, and slashes. In some cases, I can even grab them. I can't do anything about transforming, but I can suppress most enemies without having to turn into a dog. At first, there were many times when I got cut and there were times when I was spattered by blood too, but now that I have crushed plenty of mafia groups, I've become able to evade most things. But Sable was different. When she transformed into bats in the end and ran away, she didn't leave her clothes. I wonder if there's a way to do it. Senri doesn't seem to know how to do it, and Albertus was also naked. And, while it's beyond my understanding at the moment, the vampire curse is really profound. The fierce battle with Demon King Raynol's army gave me various things. There were both good and bad things, but the most important was the existence of the person chasing after me. The Stake King. Sable, the retainer of the vampire Demon King, was looking for an outsider vampire. In addition, she also had the means to control me. This is a fact that can't be overlooked. We were heading for the fortified city, Romberg. One of the reasons for that was running away from the human-controlled territory to hide ourselves from the Order of Death Knights. I also had the Night Crystal, although it was small, so it wasn't an impossible feat. Even if I didn't have the Night Crystal, I might still have been okay if the Order of Death Knights was my only pursuer. But everything is already a meaningless imagination. Senri said that she couldn't finish off Sable. It's too risky to run beyond the land inhabited by humans while we're being chased by non-human pursuers. The Stake King seems to be a mighty demon king. Just how mighty, you ask? He's mighty enough that he still hasn't perished to the Order of Death Knights despite being a vampire. He has countless demonic beasts under his control, and their numbers seem to be incomparable to the scale of Raynol's army. I was able to guess that Sable was a vampire with a single glance. Her wicked presence must be what the Order of Death Knights used to find us. The key item here is the Night Crystal. Also, Senri. If I lose Senri and the Night Crystal, I will never have peace. I never intended to always live out in the wild in the first place. I was going to return to the city once things calmed down. I mean, Senri wouldn't get enough nutrition out in the wilderness and the strain on her would be big too. Besides, I also want to go sightseeing in the city. That man-eater, Hebram, completely destroyed all of my plans. Why didn't I just take off the crystal during our duel? I want to punch my past self. As I sit on the bed, Senri whispers to me. I look at the large suitcase to the side. I can only stay a human for a few more hours. And, as I thought, it's better to run away. It's impossible to keep living this way. I know. I know, Senri. Anything more than this will come with a higher risk. The Mafia is no good, they're useless. Same with the bandits. But just running away isn't enough. That option has no future. Senri is right. Defeating humans isn't hard, but information is spreading. If it spreads even more, someone will definitely realize my true identity. No matter what, a single ordinary human crushing many organizations is unnatural. After all, this is not a fictional story. And while it might not be easy to kill an uncovered vampire, it's still not impossible. Things seem peaceful at a glance, but the situation is tense. I've realized that I can't get a hold of night crystal with ordinary means. The Mafia hasn't even heard of it before, so it would be useless to ask the merchants. If there was a chance of somebody knowing about it, that would be a vampire specialist. A vampire hunter, like Keeper or the Order of Death Knights. Or Huck. If it's Huck, who had a deal with Horace Carmen and delivered corpses to him, if it's that man, who could even procure a fang of the giant evil dragon, there's a chance of success. No, there's even a chance that he's the one who obtained the crystal the Lord had. But, I don't know where he is. I might have combat abilities, but I don't have the ability to find people that are far away. I can't use magic either, and I also don't have the ability to change my body into bats yet. Senri gently grips my hand. This faint warm and soft sensation somewhat calms my thoughts. My fangs ache, but I received blood just the day before yesterday. I have to endure it. In fact, my fangs will start aching even if I'm touched right after receiving blood, so I must hold myself back or Senri will end up being anemic. I'm so thirsty because Senri's blood is so delicious, but also partly because I'm in my growth period. And, it would be better to not think about it too much. You're doing well. Yeah, I'm fine. The murderous urge hasn't gotten worse. I'm already used to it. At least, it doesn't hurt. You are, very strong. I've already built up tolerance against things that I can't do anything about when I was alive. It's not like I'm not impatient, but I wouldn't call meaninglessly wasting energy smart. In particular, taking it out on Senri is the action I'd like to avoid the most. Fortunately, what I don't lack is the time to think. I'll think about it while I'm being carried by Senri during the day. About the way to survive together with her. Senri says. But, if you evolve into a vampire, the urges will become stronger. Yeah, thanks. I'll be careful. I've become a lot stronger compared to when I was just a head, but Senri's gaze towards me is still full of concern. Right now, I can somehow understand people's feelings from their scent and heartbeat. It's amazing how Senri, even if she's still overwhelmingly stronger than me, isn't afraid of me as I continue to evolve into a higher-level monster. That's why I must never betray Senri, who's been on my side since the beginning. This is a secret from Senri, but I have a suspicion about why I don't evolve into a vampire no matter how much time passes. And if my thoughts are right, at this rate, I'll never turn into a vampire. But, that's fine. If the power isn't necessary for survival, I don't really need it. Sure, vampires are powerful, but the body of a lesser vampire isn't bad either. In my current state, I don't have many weaknesses and I'm even able to walk under sunlight a little bit. I love the sun, so I haven't been able to get rid of my regrets towards it. And if possible, I'd like to walk under sunlight once more with Senri. I haven't been able to try it because it's scary, but I wonder if using a parasol would work. It's been a long time since a PS attack, but there haven't been any follow-up attacks. I doubt that terrifying hero would be content with just one attack, but he must have really been pushing himself. And, if there was another attack, if it was on the same level as the previous one, it most likely won't be a problem. If I put a hand over my heart, I can instinctually sense that my soul continues to fall even at this moment. Compared to that time I've become a deeper, even more abominable monster. My power became stronger, my regeneration ability has strengthened, I can control blood power and I have countless special abilities. That's the kind of monster I've become. Senri, who's sitting next to me, suddenly turns forward. Beautiful, featured face. Purple eyes, reminding one of amethyst. Smooth straight hair. Brilliance of soul reminiscent of moonlight. Senri opens her mouth with rare hesitation. And, it doesn't have a high chance of success, but I do have an idea. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 90, Searching Part 2. We had enough funds to aid our travel. A small fraction of the loot I got from the Mafia and bandits were precious metals of manageable sizes that could be easily liquidated in any country. I could not possibly carry all of it with me, and the loot I found was probably only a small portion of the treasure they had stashed away. I don't really care about what happened to the remaining treasure. Money was never my main priority. The cursed flames that I stole from Hebron is perfect for destroying evidence. I am still yet to master the ability. And it consumes a lot of energy. One of the reasons has to be the fact that I do not meet the set conditions for its activation, that is, to eat humans. The flames were able to engulf Raynal was either because of my sheer physical strength in animal form or because I had retained a little of Hebron's remaining power. That said, since humans are easily combustible unlike Raynal or vampires, the smallest spark should be enough to reduce humans to ashes in a few seconds. It is not my intention to mete out justice. Even if they were to be left alive, they probably would be up to no good anyway, and it is always better to dispose of any witnesses. Regardless, dreadfully enough, the news had still spread. I changed into the plain black clothes Senri had bought for me. It was made of soft leather. I donned on the water-repellent overcoat meant for travel, and the weight of the blood ruler, hanging off my hip, gave me heart. With the final addition of sunglasses meant to hide the blood-red eyes unique to vampires, I should be looking like a pretty cool mercenary. In this age, it is not uncommon for people to be armed, and ordinary folk cannot sense the negative energy that emanates from me. Owing to the ability to extend my canines called Sharp Fang, I am able to shrink them to a normal level, and hence nobody should be able to discover my real identity. Moreover, though my body is tough and I don't really need them, I even have a pair of gloves on to protect my hands. Maybe I have developed a longing for clothes since I end up naked more often than not. As I stood ready to leave at any time, Senri walked into the room and stared at me, eyes wide. What would you do if someone asked you why you're wearing sunglasses at night? Well, obviously. I'd tell them because it looks cool. Besides, it's not like there aren't any people with red eyes. Of course, there is the option to put on color contacts instead. And I probably have a better chance of not getting found out if I were to do that, but contact lenses are not exactly cheap or easily available. And we could not possibly keep replacing them every time they get destroyed in battle. In other matters, we have traveled around quite a bit, but I have barely come across any Death Knights in our journey. In fact, the only Death Knight I encountered was Del Gordon. I imagine that is not really unusual, as they do not stay put in one place but are constantly on the move. Also, it is not really possible even for Death Knights to detect the presence of dark beings over a distance. It would be a different story if I were within eyeshot, but they would need to employ some skills to sense my presence from afar. And owing to Senri's knowledge from having been a Death Knight, I have been able to narrow down when such a skill would be employed. Silhouette is really the best skill ever. The ability does more than conceal my scent and movements. It is capable of temporarily suppressing the emanation of negative energy. Though not perfect, as there are still ways for Death Knights to detect my presence, it succeeds in hiding my identity as a vampire. My skin turns dark as night, and though it cannot be employed for a long period as it consumes a lot of energy, I should be fine if I only need to use it during early morning and late night, which is exactly when the Death Knights apparently use the detection skill. Of course, I cannot completely depend on the ability, but there is not much else I can do either. And all that is left, is to run off with my tail between my legs if I sense them closing in on me. I have ripped through my fair share of clothing so far. It has been a while since I got to put on such proper clothes that also look cool. As I stood thrilled at the prospect of setting off on a new journey, Senri looked unusually downcast as spoke apologetically. Turn into Baron. What? I admit you do look very cool right now, but it's a lot harder to find you out in your dog form. Not to mention, you entered this town as Baron. It would look odd to leave as something else. Besides, once morning comes, you'd have to take refuge in the carry case anyway. And your current form won't exactly fit into that. Senri is absolutely right. Even I would never imagine a vampire could turn into a dog that cute. Be that as it may, if this keeps on, I will be no more than a dog that can transform into a vampire at times. Moreover, I cannot even wear any clothes when in my dog form. Because dog clothes are not really sold. And even if I were to wear any, I would probably end up ripping them. I tried using my puppy dog eyes on Senri, but she would not budge. I need to get my hands on a night crystal immediately. Would you carry me in your arms? And, there's no need to turn more white. You're already rather, quite unusually white. Senri's eyes were cold as she answered in riddles to my small favor, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Placed on a bespectacled Senri's head, we left town. There were a lot of people leaving the town late at night, but it did not seem like anyone suspected us. Senri may appear dainty, but even a layman would be able to tell that the sword swinging from her hip was top tier. They would probably think she has her reasons. The only problem is that I lose my strength and almost slide off Senri's head whenever we have to cross the running water encircling the town walls. I slapped the back of Senri's head with my tail as I spoke to her. Senri, you need to take a look in the mirror. The fake glasses aren't really a proper disguise. They are nothing more than an accessory on you. Baron, be quiet. I have on the perfect disguise. I'm not saying I don't like riding on top of your head, but you're being a bit of a worrywart. Remember, I did survive a battle with Raynal. But the most I can do is some light sweeping in this form. Since my fur is pure white, you can tell right away when it gets filthy, and I can't even get a good look at my own tail. You may not be able to relate with that since you don't have a tail yourself though. Senri quietly listened to me grumble. I tried tickling her nape with my tail but could not elicit a response out of her. My fur is pure white right now. And my paws and tail are both as fluffy as they were when I first transformed. There were no traces left of the cool form I had transformed into after my battle with Raynal. I held that dark sleek form for a while even after my reunion with Senri, but as time passed I returned to my original color for some reason. Maybe I should not have let my guard down after experiencing Senri's unusual kindness. It seemed to have made Senri happy somehow, but I had mixed feelings since I did not want to lose that smart look. After sensing no human presence nearby, I jumped down from atop Senri's head. We had decided to leave the town at night despite the fact that it could invite suspicion, because we could cover more distance at night. Also because it is better to take in the sights of a town during the day. I looked up at Senri and let my blood power flow through my body. My bones and muscles groaned. However, there was no pain. I may not be able to turn into a black dog anymore. But there are things I can do as a white dog as well. Senri looked grumpy for some reason. I had to keep craning my neck to look at, but soon she was at eye level. I had become a huge, fluffy, adorable dog in a flash. I am probably twice as big as a trained warhorse right now. Fluffy fur that is soft to the touch, one which naturally offers the maximum possible comfort to the rider, and even with our luggage strapped to my back, there was still a lot of room for Senri to even stretch out. Not to mention, I can still use my vampire abilities in this form. I have grown used to walking on 4 feet, and without getting exhausted I can run at a tremendous speed for no matter how long. You could even call me the best ride ever. All I need is to overcome the hurdle that is the sun, and I can lead a happy life. Senri made her usual comment at times like this. Canine beasts of your size do exist, but your appearance would raise a lot of doubts, Baron. It's not that easy to change my appearance. Come on, giddy up. And of course, I can use the cursed flames. Maybe they can sense the disparity in our strengths, for no beasts dared to approach me. Since Senri carried me around on her head inside town, it is my turn to return the favor, now that we are out. Senri stood still for a while, seemed to make up her mind and clambered up. She thoroughly fastened our luggage to my back with the help of a cord. The soft sensation of her riding on my back made me wag my tail in spite of myself. I heard Senri whisper into my ear. Let's go, Baron. I'll lead the way. I could feel the power welling up inside me. And thus, I dashed through the night at full speed, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Once upon a time, there lived a fearsome demon king who was an undead. That demon king lived in an old castle. With a myriad of apparitions under his command, he fought a long and heated battle with the Death Knights, at the end of which he was purged. It is just a cliché heroic tale. But according to the old records Senri had read back at the Death Knight stronghold, the battle had needed 90% of their force to be deployed. And I heard that that was an extremely rare occurrence. It was not because the Demon King was strong. He was not as overwhelming as compared to the other kings. Regardless, one thing set him apart, and it was that he had a peculiar trait. That Demon King, despite being an undead, never once could be detected through the wide area sweep skill of the Death Knights. And as fate would have it, he was able to pass down that ability to his retainers. Hence the Death Knights had no other choice but to crush him and his forces completely. Senri was sure that the Demon King's castle would surely provide us with a lead. The Mirage King. That was the nickname of the Demon King, whose castle had become a famous spot at the dead center of a human country in the present time. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 91, Night Crystal. It was, most likely, created just recently. Senri said quietly. Death Knights and the Undead have always been on hostile terms. The scales were tilted towards the side of the Death Knight for a long time, because they had the absolute authority to deal with the Undead. One of the reasons for that is their probing ability. Death Knights can sense where the Undead are by using only a small amount of power, even if they're quite far away. This ability is the reason why Death Knight almost never let the target of their subjugation get away. Senri allowed Sable to escape because she prioritized my rescue, and because, unlike the original way the Order of Death Knights did things, she was alone. That's why it's natural that Death Knights were wary of the Mirage King, who had the troublesome ability to block his presence. Your Darkstalker abilities and the Stake King's powers can also suppress the presence, but those are not perfect. But the Mirage King's blocking of presence was perfect. And the same could be said about the power of Night Crystal. In retrospect, the Night Crystal is not a widely recognized item. Senri's senior knights and Neville and the Co didn't seem to be wary of the possibility that the presence could be hidden. It's hard to think that the Death Knights would overlook the item that could overturn common sense for such a long time. Senri's words make sense. And, so far, those two have been the only things to completely shut down the probing ability of the Order of Death Knights. It's understandable for somebody to question the connection between them. If it was discovered only recently, that crystal must be more than just a mineral. Now that I think back on it, it's doubtful whether or not it even was a mineral in the first place. How did the Lord really get that crystal? It's really a pity that he hasn't come out at all recently. I run on the highway like the wind. I have fur and I'm extremely resistant to the changes in temperature, so I'm fine. My back is fluffy, so I'm sure Senri's good too. I'm not lonely either. I might really get into letting people ride on me. I think I really do like this kind of thing. I wonder if it'll be bad if somebody saw me. Right now you don't really look like a monster. I'm just an outlandishly big dog, after all. They might get startled, but my current form doesn't look the least scary. The body of a dog is really good. I can run more than 10 meters in one leap with my robust limbs, and if I build momentum, I can even cross a small river. The flowing water can steal the vampire's power, but it can't steal inertia. I immerse myself in the sea of my thoughts while moving my legs. For me right now, the power of the Mirage King is something to kill for. And with my curse steal, there's a chance that I can steal it. It doesn't have to be from the Demon King himself. The power of the ancestor is transmitted to their retainers too. It doesn't seem to be inherited perfectly, but that power would be reassuring for me even if it was weakened. If the Mirage King was still alive, I might have been able to steal his ability. I unconsciously voice my thoughts and immediately realize my blunder. I shouldn't have said something so thoughtless. For Senri, the power of vampires is something abominable. She wouldn't think good of me unnecessarily using it, even in a hypothetical situation. However, words that left Senri's mouth after some silence weren't laced with disappointment in me. That would be impossible. Why? In reply to my question, Senri clung tightly to my back and said with a voice, so chillingly cold, that it was unbelievable to be coming from that warmth. According to the legends, the Mirage King wasn't a vampire. He was the Skeleton King, so he didn't have blood in his body. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. A small country town. The men wrapped in silver cloaks were walking on the street of a not well-known medium-sized town. They were a duo, but their conduct was too unsuitable for this town. Their unfamiliar appearance got the attention of the townspeople, but the duo didn't seem to care about their curious gazes. Without hesitation, from the main street they entered the narrow alley where people hardly passed. The two stopped in front of the old, two-story apartment. The iron stairs were rusty, creaking with just a little bit of weight put on them. Ah, does he really live at this kind of place? That's what the investigation at HQ deduced. In reply to the man with blue hair and alert eyes, namely Neville, the brunette in the lead, third-class knight Lufri Radhut, shrugged. It took them a lot of time to find this place. As expected from an experienced fighter, he sure knew how to do things, as evidenced by the fact that he sent the results via a letter. They only came to talk this time, but they couldn't let their guards down. They headed towards the innermost room on the second floor. It felt like there was no presence on the other side of the door, but after Lufri used a little blessing and deployed the web of sensations, he noticed two lifeforms in the room. It was just as described in the report. And from the looks of it, the other person had also noticed their visit. He knocked lightly on the door, but there was no reply. The door was made of metal, but it was made for ordinary people. Death Knights could easily break it. But, he avoided violence first and called out. Leno Choros. We know that you're in. It's the Order of Death Knights. We need to talk. There was no reply. There was only a sign of a living being moving inside the room. Neville said mockingly. Ain't no way he's coming out. We should break in and catch him before he runs away. Neville, you're too violent. He's a human, do you get it? Gripping the handle, Lufri frowned. The door wasn't locked. He scowled and carefully turned the handle. The moment the door was about to be opened, the presence inside the room moved. A body blow from the inside made the door flung open and a silver flash passed before Lufri's eyes. What appeared was a small shadow. No, it was a girl. She was probably still in her early teens. Her limbs, extending from her black dress, seemed to be trained, but she was absolutely thin. However, her sharp black eyes were reminiscent of an injured beast. In her hands was an axe the same size as her. Lufri avoided the swung-down blade by taking steps back. Being as thin as she was, the girl's swing wasn't that strong. But since it had momentum, he'd be in trouble if he took the hit directly. The girl swung the axe by rotating her whole body. At first glance, it looked like she was swayed by its weight, but she was definitely doing it on purpose. She had thin arms with no blessing and she was short too. There were only a few choices she could make to utilize her power, but she didn't seem to be very experienced at what she was doing. Lufri didn't pull out the sword and evaded the axe by only moving his right leg back. Its thick blade hit the stair handrail, making a shrill sound. Lufri realized that the blade was slightly chipped. If one looked closer, they'd see that the blade of the axe was missing parts here and there. Apparently, the blade was made of silver. Silver was a soft metal, to the point that it would be unusable in a battle even if it was used as alloy. Stop. We only came here to talk. But the fighting spirit simmering in the depth of the girl's eyes didn't change at all. She was clearly younger than Senri, but her fighting spirit was much stronger than Senri's. It would be easy to beat her up, but Lufri felt reluctant to suppress an amateur like her. At that moment, the girl threw the axe. Neville in the back easily caught it with a single hand. Then, despite being unarmed, the girl threw herself at Lufri without a hesitation. Her unexpected actions made Lufri open his eyes wide. The girl had her mouth open wide. Her sharp silver canines shone bright. And the girl bit Lufri's right arm. Her fangs collided with the thin hauberk he was wearing under his clothes. Naturally, it was the hauberk that won. There was no way a child's bite would work on a death knight. But the girl didn't open her jaw. She desperately kept biting even when Lufri shook his arm. She was like a crocodile, or so he wanted to say, but because of her looks, it would be more appropriate to call her a snapping turtle. As expected, even the veteran death knights didn't have the experience of being bitten by humans. As Lufri was at a loss at what to do, she was stopped from the back of the room. It was a deep voice that sounded like it was echoing from the depth of hell. Albert, stop. These people are guests. They're uninvited guests, but, Kukuku, looks like they have some business with me. The girl called Albert finally let up her bite after hearing that voice and agilely moved back. She seemed to be wary of them. In the back of the room was a man dressed in all black. His limbs and half of the face were bandaged and there was a silver cane set against the wall near him. But he had the presence peculiar to somebody who had tenaciously survived over the many years. Leno Choros. One of the vampire hunters. He was the man known as Keeper in this neighborhood. Lufri frowned at the strong herbal scent. So you're injured, but why didn't you report about it in the letter? I'm not shameless enough to ask for additional compensation after failing to finish the request. You see, the trick to being a vampire hunter is to be humble. You sore loser, you sure have balls to spout that nonsense after hiding at this kind of place. I'm honored to receive the compliment. But I'm not on the level of lord knights who barge into the house of a good citizen. In addition, I was even called by the name which I never gave. I can't help admiring you all the more. Keeper shrugged at Neville, who had veins popping out on his forehead. Albert unleashed her killing intent, glaring at Neville. And Keeper said with an exaggerated gesture. His cloudy eyes were looking at Lufri. Oh, I can guess what you're here for. The night crystal, right? Due to my occupation, I'm quite tight-lipped, but since it's between us, I'll tell you for a cheap price. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 92, The Anti-Undead Town. The Castle of the Mirage Demon King. It seems to be on top of the mountain, just like Raynol's castle. Most demon kings have many enemies. They're usually on hostile terms with not just humans, but also other demon kings. When you become the hated undead demon king, you make every living being into your enemies. It's natural that this demon king would build a castle on top of the mountain that would be easier to protect. He perished though. The Mirage Demon King and his retainers were all annihilated by the order of death knights of that generation, and all that was left was a sturdy castle. The Order of Death Knights tried to destroy the castle, but apparently, the nobles who supported them in subjugation of the Demon King at that time stopped them. Back then, the area around the castle was controlled by the monsters, so losing the sturdy castle that was already there must have been a pity. In fact, the nobles from that time made good use of the Mirage Demon King's castle, settled the surrounding area and established their country. After that, the inconvenient castle was abandoned, but it wasn't destroyed. That's the reason why the castle of the Mirage Demon King is still standing even after hundreds of years. Now, the old castle is known as the symbol of humanity's victory. I love traveling. I won't be disappointed even if we don't find anything. A few days after carrying Senri on my back, we reached a nearby town without any incident. Throughout our journey, nobody suspected us. Looks like this country that was at the front lines until hundreds of years ago has become known as a fairly safe country now. I'm put in the suitcase and we enter the town. I lay quietly in the bag where sunlight doesn't reach. I lose strength all at once. We're approaching flowing water. I hear the sound of water flowing. The fact that it makes sound means that this town has perfect countermeasures against vampires. Most towns use flowing water as a countermeasure against vampires, but the extent of it depends on each town. For example, the countermeasures of Romberg, which was under Reynolds' onslaught, were almost perfect, as they were surrounded by deep canals. But this town also feels like one of the top-class strongest out of all the towns I've visited. In peaceful towns, measures against vampires tend to not be taken seriously, but this place seems different. I'm here to look at the sights. Did you come to see the castle too? There have been a lot of people recently. Is anything there? I hear the voice of a young man. Damn it, if I was riding on top of her head, I'd be able to get his attention. Looks like a delicate woman like Senri on a journey alone stands out a lot. She was often called out for no reason during our journey. It's good that people aren't wary of her, but that doesn't make me feel good as her pet dog. On the other hand, when I'm riding on top of her head, Senri changes from a beautiful maiden into a maiden with a dog on top of her head, so their gazes mostly gather on me. If I act charmingly, they sometimes give me food too. But right now, I'm powerless. No matter how long I wait, my strength doesn't come back. I can't even move my tail. We've visited various towns until now, but this is the first time we've had to undergo an entry inspection on top of the water. As expected from the place where the undead demon king stayed, or so I should say. Skeletons aren't supposed to be weak against flowing water, but they definitely dug this waterway thinking about having countermeasures against vampires while they were at it. I'm in a hurry. Perhaps sensing that I was having a hard time, Senri finished up the conversation. At the same time as my strength returned, I tapped the insides of the suitcase with my tail, protesting that I wanted to be let out as soon as possible, skull and crossbones. Senri walked a long time around the town with me in her suitcase. This was a first. She's kind. Senri always thinks about me first, and whenever we arrive at a new town, she usually immediately looks for an inn where she can block out the sunlight. My strength came back, but for some reason I don't feel well today. The occasional smell of garlic that gets through is only making me worse. Garlic is the natural enemy of vampires. If it gets inside my body, things will get really damn bad, but even just the smell doesn't feel good. On top of that, there seem to be many rivers in this town. In the end, Senri stops after more than an hour. I wait patiently. I listen to the voice booking the inn and we enter the room. The swaying of the suitcase stops, followed by the sound of curtains shutting. Since I have nothing to do, I keep protesting with my tail during that time. I hear Senri's voice from outside of the bag. Baron. I can't get rid of the sunlight in this room. Kai-un. No. I've been looking for an inn for a while, but they all have thin curtains. This town, Descend, has almost perfect countermeasures against vampires. Qun. What a terrifying town we have arrived in. I jump out of the suitcase without caring. The faint sunlight spilling in from the gaps of the white curtain hurts my body and I immediately hide in the shadow of the bed. Senri hurriedly takes out a cloak from her luggage and puts it on me. Qn. The room was the worst room I had ever seen. The sunlight coming in from the thin curtains was on the level harmful even to a lesser vampire like me. But that wasn't the only problem. I discovered it with a single glance. There are too many crosses in this room. Senri, it's full of crosses. The ornaments are inlaid with the design of a cross here and there, just to the extent that it's hardly noticeable. Moreover, those crosses are extremely close to what the vampires are weak to. Crosses are one of the weaknesses of vampires, but it's not like they're weak to all crosses. The ratio is what's important. So I might be okay if I accidentally come across something in the shape of the cross in the town, but the design of the cross that's been casually inlaid everywhere in this room accurately struck my weakness. A cross isn't something that kills vampires just by existing, and it's also not something that could make me lose my strength. But when I'm near it, my mood might worsen a bit, and I've learned from my fight with Keeper how troublesome a cross-shaped silver sword might be. Why did you choose this inn? Replying to my complaints, as I lay under the cloak trembling, Senri apologizes. I'm sorry. But every inn is like this. There were crosses on the gate too, so I couldn't let you out. Does this town have a grudge against vampires? Probably, yeah. No, they probably had a grudge in the past. This is a phenomenon sometimes seen in towns that fought against the undead. Garlic and silver products are the specialty of this town. Their burial rites involve cremation on top of the water. There are many rivers flowing inside the town. This is the worst. It must have been a few centuries since this country had to fight against the undead, but it stuck around as the culture. If I was a genuine vampire, I would be in a much worse state. This is terrible. I was struck with a single fear and asked hesitantly. Don't tell me, the sun is always out here. There's no town like that. Looks like I was able to avoid the worst case. I made up my mind and lifted my dodgification. My body hurts. But when I control blood power and cover my whole body, the pain is alleviated. This is the kind of pain I don't want to experience for a long time, but it's not unbearable. I can't stop trembling because of the crosses, but I can endure that too. I turn the luggage over with my trembling hands and put on my clothes. And, don't push yourself too much. It's not like the castle is in the middle of the town. You just have to leave right away. Senri is right, but I haven't enjoyed this town yet. It would be impossible to go out as a vampire, but I should be able to figure something out as a lesser vampire. I should be able to cut off the garlic stench to some extent by wearing a mask. I appeal to Senri while lying on my back. Senri, let's go to the bathroom. I want some blood. I feel like hugging Senri's body tight and drinking her blood. If I replenish a lot of my power, I should be able to endure going outside too. Senri almost unhesitatingly disregarded my weak request. There's a window in the bathroom too. So that's impossible. Besides, everywhere in this room seems to be decorated with silver, so be careful. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 93, The Anti-Undead Town, 2. And, your growth is pretty quick. Senri says while looking at me with sincere eyes. It almost sounds like she's in a bad mood, but I already understand her character well enough. As the former Death Knight, Sendi Silvis is kind to her allies. That's why I can't help nodding to her words. But Descend has excessive measures against the undead. It's dangerous to go outside. I'll scout out the situation, so stay put. Okay, Senri. Be careful. Senri leaves the room while worryingly stealing glances at me. I lean against the wall, where the light hardly reaches. My hearing loses the sound of Senri's footsteps. Perhaps because of my dogfication, my sense of smell is sharper than any of my other senses. Tracking her down would be easy. But, I shouldn't do anything that would undermine her trust. While gaining trust might be hard, you can lose it in a second. Besides, it's not like there's nothing I can do in this room. I wait for a while, and when I'm sure that Senri isn't coming back, I slowly close my eyes. I focus my consciousness on the image that's been buried inside me. My aim is the memories and knowledge of Horus Carmen inside me. Ever since becoming a lesser vampire, I've become much stronger. But I need the Lord's knowledge, if I'll have to cross paths with a lineup of true vampires from now on. Senri has a secret. She doesn't want me to become stronger. She taught me the basics of combat. But she didn't teach me how to apply this knowledge. Well, there's of course a chance that I just missed it, but while Senri looks the same age as me, she's a veteran Death Knight who climbed to the rank of the second-class knight. She must have killed various vampires until now and should have more knowledge about how to fight with them. For example, She should have obviously been aware of the fact that it was possible to extend sharp claws like a sword by pouring power in it and improve regeneration ability by controlling the blood power. She might have not known how to do those, but she should have seen those as phenomena. However, Senri didn't tell me about them. Now that I think about it, Senri didn't tell me that I was classified as ancestor until I asked. I can't bring myself to think that it was out of malice. She must have wanted me to live a peaceful life. And for that, she's trying to get rid of all obstacles in my way while disregarding all dangers to her own life. I appreciate the thought, but things can't keep going this way. Senri's disappearance would be a very unfortunate thing for me. And surely, the calamities appearing before me will eventually be too much for her to handle. Senri has a secret. And so do I. I still haven't told Senri that Horus Carmen is inside me. This is both a cause for concern and a power. It was the Lord's knowledge that saved me from Sable's clutches after my battle with Raynal. Did my strong survival instinct awaken the Lord's knowledge? Now I can do it consciously if I wanted to. And if I fish through his memories a little more, should become able to control skeletons just like him. Of course, I have no intentions of controlling the dead, but that abominable knowledge should also be a way for me to protect myself. As I chase out my surroundings from my mind and concentrate, my consciousness gradually sinks. I was definitely standing on the ground, but I felt like I was floating. Somehow I can feel the mass of energy that revolves around me. It's blood. We suck blood. The Lord modified feeding and created cursed steel. We are the blood monsters. I, as the undead created by the Lord, can understand it. Horus Carmen is here. There is a connection between us. He's definitely inside me. However, his presence is very subtle. I don't know where exactly he is. Looks like the seal on the Lord's knowledge is much stronger than I thought. Is it because I'm a coward or because that's just how dangerous his knowledge is? I thought I'd at least get a hint, but this doesn't look like something I could dig out overnight. I desperately search for a way. Maybe I could dig up something again if I ended up on the verge of death. But that would be too late. It's ridiculous to come up with a counterplan after something has already happened. It was a miracle that I was able to survive Sable. If Senri arrived a little late, I might have been already dead, and it's not guaranteed that the next time something similar happens, I'll still be able to come out alive. And above all, the opposite could happen. I can't die in peace in case something happens to Senri because of my lack of power or knowledge. Perhaps because I've been concentrating so much, dull pain runs through my head. Nevertheless, I still persistently seek out the core. I feel something squirming in my body. It's my vampire instincts that I usually try to hold back. My head heats up and my fangs ache. Then, something comes up in the darkness. It might be just an illusion. It's hard to judge. However, the thing that oozed out from the darkness was a human skeleton. A black robe and empty eye sockets. For some reason I was able to recognize that it was the Lord. He's almost dead. His bony body is full of holes as if worm-eaten, looking ready to collapse at a moment's notice. I can't hear his voice. But his intentions are transmitted to me. There was no grudge there. The absolute ruler won't hold a grudge against his subordinates no matter what. Now's the time. There are many things I want to verify. How to use my powers. The reason why I don't evolve. Where to obtain the night crystal. But the question that I voice immediately is different from any of those. Lord, what did you intend to suck out with this cursed steel? The black eye sockets are looking at me. Cursed steel is a powerful ability. But it's too peaky. At the very least, it's not the ability that the strongest king of undead should have. A curse isn't just a convenient ability. Curses have their demerits. Even I might have a hard time tolerating some of them. There are reasons why things happen. Lord wasn't stupid. He must have known that this ability is unreliable. There should have been a reason why he gave this ability to the individual he was planning to steal from. The skeleton didn't reply. It felt like he was laughing. A strong impact runs through my brain, as if I've been hit. My consciousness resurfaces, and I open my eyes. Before I knew it, I was kneeling on the floor. I hold my head. My heart is drumming in my ears and my hands are trembling. The light shining from the curtain had turned vermilion unnoticed to me, and the hour hands of the clock had advanced far more from what I remembered. The presence of the Lord I was feeling just a while ago had already disappeared. Vampires don't experience physical fatigue. But I just sprawled on the carpet right there. I look up at the ceiling and think. I couldn't get any information. But, I found out that the Lord's will still remains inside me. The power dynamics have already been established. I'm much superior, and that fact cannot easily change. But Horus Carmen still hasn't given up. My power keeps increasing even when I'm not doing anything, but necromancers are really something else. It's about time Senri returned. I wanted to roll around a little more, but I propped myself on my hands and get up. But I'm glad I gave it a try. There's one thing I found out. The information Lord sent when he parted. The reason why I can't evolve is just as I thought, it's because the Lord placed a lock on me. True vampires have enough magic resistance to even repel necromancy. If my evolution was the result of the Lord's programming inlaid in the curse, it makes sense that the cautious Lord would have a counterplan just in case, so I didn't evolve further. To start with, when Lord learned about the invasion of the Order of Death Knights, I originally intended to hold the ceremony when you turned into lesser vampire, he said. I didn't think much of it back then, but in other words, that was supposed to be the final stop. There were a lot of hints. Is this your idea of pity, Lord? No, that must be wrong. The Lord was definitely confident that he'd be able to do something even after I got stronger. What a terrifying man, even though he's already on the brink of disappearing. As expected, it's dangerous to dive in carelessly. But I can't not do it. As I take a deep breath, footsteps approach from outside the room. It's the rhythm of Senri's footsteps. After loosening my stiff face muscles, I decide to go to the corner of the room and hug my knees, skull and crossbones. An earthquake. Yes. A part of the castle seems to have collapsed. It happened 5 years ago. Senri says with a somewhat dissatisfied face. She must find it hard to believe that this information didn't reach the Order of Death Knights. But it's been peaceful since the castle was brought down a few hundred years ago, so I think it can't be helped that the Order of Death Knights didn't notice anything. And from the looks of it, something definitely happened there. Apparently, the number of tourists has increased ever since. But I couldn't find anybody who could tell me more in detail. We have no other choice but to go and see. I don't get the causal relationship between those two events. But it's not like I'll be losing anything even if it ends in failure. Let's go sightseeing in that castle that was built by another undead. Maybe it'll be a good reference for when I'll live as a recluse someday. Seeing that I nodded strongly, Senri maintained silence for a short while and said with a harder expression than usual. End. I feel the presence of the undead near this town. You better be careful. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 94, The Anti-Undead Town, 3. Supported by Senri, I walked through Descend at night in my human form. This was my selfishness. Know thy enemy, know thyself, and know the earth. That's how I've been surviving ever since I was revived by the Lord. The townscape of Descend was clean and beautiful even at night, and had a historical atmosphere. This town probably shone the brightest when it was fighting against the undead. The waterways and the symbols of crosses inlaid all over the place must be the remnants of that time. There were many doors at the inn too. Wooden doors are unreliable enough that even slightly strong humans can break them down. Though, it's different for vampires. The door symbolizes a boundary. I'm a lower rank, so I have a few restrictions, but this town is really hard for vampires to live in. The Mirage Demon King was said to be a skeleton, so I really can't understand why there are so many measures against vampires here. It's been a while since the sun went down, but there are still many people on the main street. The lined-up street lights repel the darkness and look peaceful at the first glance. I mingle in with the crowd while walking around, but nobody realizes my identity. Sometimes people would look at Senri, but they wouldn't even spare a glance at me. Only those who have undertaken training can identify an undead that closely resembles humans. People with good intuition might look at me and be instinctually struck with fear, but when I was going around and crushing the mafia and bandits, nobody realized my identity either. When it comes to sensing me from afar, only Death Knights and Necromancers are capable of doing that. Due to blood power, the negative energy I give off is considerably repressed. I took a quick look around the town and didn't see anything strange. There are no mercenaries around, and of course, neither are there undead. Just like Senri, I can also sense negative power. There's also a way to discern them by the smell. If anybody's walking around smelling like a corpse, they're undead. But I can't feel either of those. After patrolling the town for a while, we entered the least garlic-smelling fancy restaurant. We've only walked for a while, but I'm already feeling pretty sick. It's because of the garlic, the crosses and the flowing water. It's far better than what I was feeling when I was alive, but since it's been a while since I've had to experience the long-standing pain, I have to put up with it. As we go to the table in the back of the restaurant, I verify with her while checking the surroundings with caution. Any chances that the undead you sensed were strays? No. There has been no information about a war occurring nearby recently. Senri replies immediately in a whisper. The undead can be broadly classified in two categories, those created by necromancers and those created naturally. But, as long as there aren't many casualties in a large-scale war, it's unlikely that a lot of undead will appear naturally. The undead Senri sensed seem to be of a remarkable scale. They aren't very strong, but they seem to be dispersed in all directions. I ask while twisting the seafood pasta, without garlic, with a fork. Do you think they're targeting this town? No. Senri seemed to be puzzled, but she still answered with conviction. I agree with her. It would be quite hard to crush this town with how many undead countermeasures it has. If these undead have been created naturally, they would instinctively avoid this town, and the undead with high intelligence would understand this town's vigilance at a glance. If anything, I think that there's a higher chance that their destination is the same as ours, the castle of the Mirage Demon King. We must act with caution. But the situation is definitely not that bad. Half of the reason why we arrived in this town was Senri's intuition. I was considering about the possibility of not finding anything, but if there are other suspicious creatures appearing, something might really turn up. I ponder for some time while gazing at Senri's silky silver hair. I was thinking that it would be better to investigate the castle in the morning. The skeletons won't turn into ashes even if they're hit by the sunlight, but it's not like they won't be weakened at all. I can't exactly explore without Senri, who had abundant knowledge and experience, so it makes sense that I'd choose an advantageous time for her. But if there are other undead, who are also aiming for the castle, we can use other means too. Senri, between you and those undead, who do you think is stronger? Senri frowned as if offended and sipped on the orange juice. No, it's not like I'm doubting your strength, Senri, so please don't make that kind of face. Between me and those undead, which one would be stronger? You would probably be, slightly stronger. Slightly. Just who are those undead that are just slightly weaker than me? Someone who survived a fierce battle against the Demon King, Raynal. The enemies outnumber us, so my strategy might end up being useless. Looking at my expression, Senri uncharacteristically rephrased herself. You will probably not lose. A strange silence falls. Looks like I really wounded her pride. Feeling like running away, I no longer touch on that topic anymore and continue. The number of customers is increasing. But, nobody is eavesdropping on us. So, about your detection ability, can it still feel presence even if it's been erased by the night crystal? I wouldn't know if they are undead or not. It was an expected answer. Once at the merchant group, Senri detected the movements of Monica, who was looking for a chance to attack from far away. If the night crystal only suppresses the emission of the negative energy, there's no reason why a body without it wouldn't be caught in Senri's wide area detection. We have two options. Defeat the undead first and then check on the castle, or carefully check on the movements of the undead and snatch their gains. No, there's also an option of just ignoring them, I guess. All of these come with a certain degree of risks. After hesitating for a second, I suggested. Let's go hunt down those undead. I want to accurately understand the situation. Okay. Naturally, I'll also come with you. I know. It would be easier to steal their gains, but Senri still has the spirit of a death knight. It goes against her conscience to leave the undead alone while aware of their presence. To start with, we don't know what will happen if we leave them alone. In case of an emergency, we can just run away. Senri looks straight at me with her bright eyes and nods. Skull and crossbones. The gate was closed. Unfortunately, it seems like this town doesn't accept nighttime walks. We're forced to walk along the tall town wall. Now that I've seen it for myself again, it really has amazing defensive capacities. Vampires could pass over it, but the big rumbling water canal waiting beyond it can't be so easily dealt with. If I was outside Andy jumped high, I could overcome it with the help of inertia, but it would be difficult to detect the existence of the canal from the outside. However, it looks like there's only a minimum amount of guards on top of the town wall. The light is also faint. Considering that they were perfectly equipped, they still feel slightly pathetic. I poke the shoulders of Senri, who's walking in front. Hey, don't you think we can do anything with just us two? Vampire who's invincible at night and a former death knight who's invincible even during the day. While we might not be able to save a nation together, we can definitely run away to the world's end. The journey while escorting the merchant group was fun. I don't hate humans, but thinking about all the ties of obligation arising with them, I can't help thinking about the merits of traveling with just us alone. If we weren't with the merchant group back then, I wouldn't have separated from Senri and got taken away to Reynol's army. Senri stopped and stared back at me with an exasperated expression. Baron, turn into a dog. Again. Sure, it's easier to jump while holding a dog, but it's such a pain to change clothes. I've been in dog form since noon as it is. It's not like I'm being forced into it like Albertus. Perhaps because of the pitiful expression on my face, Senri smiled for the first time in a while. Just joking. And, hang on. Senri holds my shoulders. Senri's body is slender and supple, it's also soft and smells sweet. When she gets closer, I feel the urge to drink her blood, but if I bring this up, I feel like she'll tell me to stay in my dog form forever, so I'll refrain. I can feel Senri's heartbeat through our touching skin. Blessing is exploding in her body, but it's not reaching the part of her skin that I'm touching. Her mastery over blessing is perfect. Maybe this could be a good reference for controlling blood power. And, holding me, who's much bigger than her, Senri strongly kicks off the ground. A faint sound. The ground instantly becomes distant, followed by me losing strength. And we immediately landed on top of the town wall. Senri bends her legs to absorb the sound of her footsteps. Her power is definitely beyond human. No mercenary would be able to pull off such a stunt. A tall town wall is meaningless to a death knight. When I think about it, it seems only natural that the Order of Death Knights decided to only use their powers against the undead as an ironclad rule. This power is just too terrifying, if it's not used for justice. Senri wasn't even out of breath. The guards also didn't seem to have noticed us. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I've fought alongside Senri. When we were escorting the merchant group, I was Baron and we breezed through the journey. When I was fighting with bandits and the mafia, Senri and I acted separately. This might be a good opportunity to show my current power to Senri. I turn in front of Senri and pick her up without a warning. Senri startles. She's as light as always. Well, for vampires, even a large man fully wrapped in armor would be light, but when I'm in close contact with a delicate body, my fangs ache. Senri isn't wearing armor. She has also taken off the gauntlets she was originally wearing. It's because since the armor of the Death Knights is mixed with silver, it would be harmful for me. I'm already used to the urge of feeding. Even if I don't get to suck her blood, I'm invigorated just from being hugged. It's been a while since I've last carried you on my back in human form. I want you to put your hands around me firmly. And I can run too. Looks like she's too used to riding on me in my dog form. She seems to have reservations about riding on a person. I protest to Senri, who's whispering into my ears. You haven't been hugging me at all recently except for when you're giving me blood, Senri. Plus, I should do half of the work too. Senri keeps saving me. I've not been able to repay her this debt at all. Because of the circumstances, this debt can't be cleared, but if I don't repay what I can when I can, I'll be abandoned one day. Senri stayed silent for a while at my words, but she firmly put her hands around my neck and entrusted herself to me, skull and crossbones. I run through the moonless night. It was towering from the peak of a very steep mountain, a remarkable distance away from Death's End even with a full power sprint. It was a huge castle, enough to see even before climbing up. In terms of scale enough, the simple castle Raynal was using as his stronghold couldn't even come close to it. It would probably look better in daylight, but the old castle seen from the darkness looked like a monster even to the eyes of somebody like me, who could see well in the dark. But the path it's built on is so steep, it looks like they didn't think about the convenience at all. Wouldn't living in this castle be too inconvenient? Senri on my back explains. The demon kings usually build their castles at places that are hard for the human army to attack. If they're undead, they wouldn't need food either. I see. I thought it was a waste that they abandoned the castle they so painstakingly stole, but I guess it was only natural that it was abandoned. I wouldn't be able to live here. As expected, Human Town sounds like the best place for living in hiding after I get a night crystal. It would also be abundant in nutrients for Senri. There's a presence of a single undead in the castle. The rest are all around the castle. Their movements have stopped. They probably have the same master. Did they send in one of them, letting the rest be on the lookout? I don't know who's controlling them, but their movements are well organized. The Lord was selling skeletons to hack. It's not like only necromancers can make use of them. I don't know who's their master yet, but it looks like whoever's using the undead doesn't have much clue about this castle either. So they've already infiltrated the castle, huh? Even if we had to check the situation in the town, we were still a step behind. Would it be dangerous to follow them inside? According to the information Senri gathered, nobody had gotten lost inside the castle. Now that I think about, being able to use the undead as disposable pawns for watching the development of the situation is really convenient for the necromancers. Maybe it's better to wait for them to come back. I don't understand the situation at all. Staying safe is the highest priority. If I die in order to obtain a night crystal, all will be in vain, or if Senri was wounded or died, I wouldn't be able to die in peace. Well, I've been dead for a long time now though. Perhaps thinking that it wasn't necessary anymore, Senri got off my back, even though she didn't have to. I would be happy just carrying her on my back all day long. Let's start by carefully checking the surroundings first. And, pull yourself together. I even kept a serious face on purpose. How did she find out? Senri said with a deep sigh. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 95, Growth. Silhouette, the ability of Dark Stalker, dyes one's body black and conceals any type of presence. The presence of the undead is already milder than a living person, but when I use this ability, my presence becomes so weak that it even surprises me. Silhouette is a very fuel-inefficient ability. It might be even more fuel-inefficient than the cursed flames I stole from Maneater. I can only activate it for a short time even with all the considerable power I have as a lesser vampire, and I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to keep it activated all the time in the future either. Nevertheless, if I pour even more blood power into this fuel-inefficient ability, I can completely become a shadow. The amount of power required for it is probably too much to be provided by Darkstalker. But this ability is well suited for assassination. Even with my senses as a vampire that far surpasses those of a human, I wouldn't be able to notice if I was attacked with this ability. It's understandable why true vampires, who inherit the abilities from their previous evolutions, are so feared. The undead Senri senses are huddled together right below the steep cliff where the castle was built. They're wrapped in black outfits and their presence is so weak that they're almost melting into the darkness, but my eyes can't be deceived. We approach from the leeward. Perhaps Senri's using some kind of ability, her presence behind me is weak. The undead are usually sensitive towards the presence of the living, but this way, we don't have to worry about being noticed. The group made little to no noise, but I sense the negative power that's hard to hide. This is a sympathy. I can feel my kind. Maybe I'm sensing the same thing Death Knights used to find the undead. They're probably skeletons. But I'm calm. They outnumber us, but judging from their strength I'm feeling, they pose no danger. The Lord and Death Knights who I faced at the beginning held the power I could do nothing against. It was only by luck that I was able to defeat Albertus, who I faced next, and Raynal was also a threat worthy of his Demon King title. Compared to them, this group is far inferior. It's ridiculous to even try comparing them. They might even be weaker than the mob I fought at Raynal's army. When I was under the Lord, I couldn't take on multiple skeletons at the same time. When did this power gap open up between us? Of course it's not bad that they're weak. I turn back and put my index finger in front of my mouth before Senri. If I can feel their negative power, it means that they can also feel my negative power. They haven't noticed yet right now because I'm repressing it by controlling my blood power, but if we come face to face they'd realize my true identity. The undead are hostile towards the living, but I might be able to talk with them. Of course, this is under the assumption that they can understand language. Killing them wouldn't be too hard, so trying wouldn't hurt. Perhaps understanding my intention, Senri frowns and moves back. We have a tacit understanding. After I purposefully make a sound, I reveal my presence and walk in front of the skeletons. The group hiding their faces with black coats raise their heads. As expected, they're skeletons. A hard sound of bones rubbing against each other. An eerie red light is illuminating the depth of their dark eye sockets. The most common undead that appear naturally are zombies, followed by wraiths. For skeletons to appear, there needs to be a certain amount of bone left, so they have an unexpectedly high hurdle for being created naturally. Everybody in the skeleton group was covering their bodies with black leather armor. This, included with the fact that they were moving in a group, made it obvious that they were not a natural phenomena. Well then, how should I communicate with them? I had the experience of interacting with skeletons when I was with the Lord, but I was completely ignored there. Now that I think about it, I'm not very good at communicating. I wasn't sure what to say, so for the time being I raised my right hand while fiddling with my sunglasses. Hi there, nice night we've got here. What are you doing, my skeleton friends? Skeletons didn't attack me. They only looked at me and rattled their teeth. Skeletons are also the undead. They're envious of the living. They're not attacking me because most likely they've realized that I'm their kin. In other words, I can say that my expectation was correct. I observe them with a smile. Skeletons are 10 in total. They're all armed, and on top of that, they also have a leader. It's a skeleton with black bones. Black bone, the result of the evolution of the skeleton. From what I know, perhaps because skeletons don't have skin, they have a hard time accumulating negative energy. The fact that it has evolved means that it's a relatively strong enemy. I check the weapon of skeletons close to me. Most skeletons are holding a rugged, dark gray sword. The length of its blade is long, but it's not silver, so it won't be much of a problem. Only the leader is holding something long, but it's not made of silver either. The fact that it's somebody that managed to evolve means that it has a considerable intelligence. We're all dead here, so let me join your guys too. When I talked to them in a friendly manner, skeleton in front nodded strongly and opened the way. Looks like they're gonna let me join them. Until now I've always been hated by the living except Senri and my father, but it looks like the dead are kinder. Skeleton the Lord was keeping, by the way, I dubbed him Jack, was unfriendly, but maybe he was just similar to his creator. I triumphantly joined the enclosure of skeletons. I felt indescribable familiarity from their dark eye sockets, and I catch the sword that swung down on me by rotating my body. Sorry, please spare me from having my clothes torn. I haven't bought any spares. If my clothes get ruined, Senri will once again demand that I turn into Baron. Skeletons start rattling at once. It's an eerie scene, but it doesn't induce any fear in me. It's useless. I'm alert. Even without the scent or the sound, I can feel the slightest movement in the wind. I can't afford to be taken by surprise each time forever. The skeletons swing their blades down at once. I crouched and cut the white, smooth and sturdy femur in front of me with a machete. A hard response. Skeletons are made of human bones, but their sturdiness is much higher than the former. But the thick blade of blood ruler easily cuts it apart. I shake off the blade and leave the broken enclosure. I frown at the response I felt. Was this weapon meant for cutting the dead? By the way, this is the first time I've cut the dead except for the Lord's ghost with this weapon. The sensation transmitted to my hands was very obviously different from when I cut living monsters. The thick blade that cut skeletons off had a wet luster. It was an already dignified machete, but I don't think it had this kind of brilliance. Looks like the Lord was intending to fight with his friends. He didn't give a hint of that when he was alive. What a truly two-faced man. Skeletons slowly made a big circle around me. Although I could see proficiency in their footwork, their abilities on an individual level were not on par with Jack, who the Lord commanded. Since they're the same kind, it must have been the quality of the materials that was different. That was self-defense. Let's talk it out. I talked to a black bone, who has a larger build than others. In its hand is a weapon known as a halberd. It's a powerful equipment with a good reach that can be used for cutting, stabbing or scything down enemies. It's difficult to handle, but it's said to be unrivaled in close combat in open places and battles between humans. Its heaviness is supposed to be its weakness, but since my enemy is an undead, that weakness might as well not exist. It looks like even its handle is made of silver, but black bone is lifting it easily. The black skeleton is stepping in. A blade with a sufficient force behind it comes down at me with the speed of a whirlwind. He's strong. He has mastered it. I barely evade that strike by moving back. The blade that looks like an axe cuts the ground shallowly and the soil scatters. Only the sound of cutting the wind echoes through the moonless night sky. The slash is sharp and smooth. At the very least, it's not just an ordinary soldier. If it was a human, it would be called a veteran soldier. But unfortunately I'm not a human and neither is Black Bone. That series of attacks was the technique allowed only to the veteran fearless fighters, but it was too fragile to be used in a fight between monsters. I completely saw through the flowing onslaught. I forcibly blocked the sideways slash from above that utilized gravity and centrifugal force, with blood ruler. A high-pitched metallic sound echoes. The halberd is flung away with great force. This slash that would be impossible to properly receive by humans is nothing in front of a lesser vampires like me. The opponents I have fought so far have all been huge in size. Size is strength. The jet-black skeleton is bigger than me, but he lacks muscle and he's too light. I catch the halberd that draws the arc in air with the momentum of being flung away and swoops down on me by grabbing it with my left hand. An impact runs through my whole body and my feet creak a little. But that's it. That alone stopped the continuous attacks. It didn't have any effect on me. I haven't received any wounds, even as little as a scratch, so I pretty much haven't used any blood power. I put more strength in it and steal the halberd. Black bone is strong, but my physical strength is stronger. I've surely gotten stronger. As I'm earnestly engrossed in my thoughts, Black Bone, who had his weapon stolen, rushed at me without hesitation. It was completely unexpected. I'm not sure where he got it from, but hanging around his waist was a knife with a relatively long blade. But it wasn't just an ordinary knife. It had a silver sheen to it. Judging from its vigor, it wasn't concerned for its body. He trampled the ground, his attack full of killing intent unimaginable to be coming from skeleton. I lightly knock away that surprise attack with the handle of the stolen halberd. The sound of bones breaking. Black bone that's bigger than me is lightly blown away and pierces into the cliff. The silver knife rolls on the ground. Don't think that surprise attacks will keep working. I'm learning too. No matter how strong I am, they immediately try to burn, cut, stab me with surprise attacks. It's unbearable to have my clothes ruined so many times. The only thing that could make me let my guard down right now is Senri's seduction. The surrounding skeletons perceived their leader's defeat and dispersed in all directions. Looks like they don't intend to take revenge. I pick up a stone rolling at my feet and throw it at one of the fleeting skeletons. A stone the size of a fist flies in a straight line, crushing the skulls of the skeletons. A skeleton flies high in the air and falls down on the ground. I haven't practiced throwing, but it looks like the athletic ability of vampires is generally excellent. I rush out and cut the fleeing skeletons in order with blood ruler. I'm faster than them and I can feel their presence too. Now that I've come this far, this is my job. I haven't accomplished my goals, but it wasn't the kind of atmosphere where I could negotiate, so it can't be helped. After I properly kill all of them, Senri appears. It hasn't been long since the fight. Plus, I ended everything without ruining my clothes. I wonder what she thought about how I fought. As I'm excitedly waiting for my evaluation, Senri says with a chilly look. And, signs of the undeads inside the castle have disappeared. All the undead around are heading towards the castle. Something happened, we should hurry up. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 96, Growth, 2. For vampires with strong bodies, physical strength and 5 senses, climbing a steep cliff is no trouble. Even if it's mostly uneven, even if it's slippery, they can climb smoothly by stabbing with their extended claws. Death Knights can fly, but they're no match for vampires in terms of stealth. Neither darkness, nor cold weather or flames can stop me. Only silver, garlic and flowing water can stop the vampire from advancing. I carry Senri on my back and climb the cliff. The castle of the Mirage Demon King from a close distance looked ridiculously huge compared to the Lord's mansion and even compared to Raynol's castle that was also built on the mountain. Both its height and width were on another level. Raynol's castle was built on the surface of a mountain, but this Demon King's castle was built on top of a cliff. I unintentionally opened my eyes wide. The castle walls seemed to be made by stacking up stones, but I can't imagine how much time it would take to finish such a huge structure. Some parts of it have collapsed, but that's also quaint in a way. There's no light around and the surroundings look desolate. We heard from the nearest town Descent that it was used for sightseeing, but it's probably mostly abandoned. The negative signs are approaching from all directions. Some of them seem to have already entered the castle, I can feel some of them inside too. I can't tell exactly how many there are because there are too many presences, but their quantity aside, their quality is definitely not worrying. Both Senri and I can easily massacre them. Several skeletons appear, climbing the steep cliff. I immediately use silhouette while carrying Senri on my back and jump onto the stone wall surrounding the castle. I didn't make a sound. A pebble rolled down and fell on the ground, but skeletons don't seem to have noticed. Their senses aren't dull, but they can't be compared to those of a vampire. I regretfully put Senri down, crouch and inspect the situation below. The skeletons are entering the castle without discussing it among themselves, only making noisy sounds of the armors grazing against each other. Skeletons that appear from a different direction also enter from the main gate with the same efficient movements. It almost feels like I'm watching a flowing river. Even though, just a moment ago they were observing the situation around. Senri answered my unspoken question. They have a commander. They're probably linked. Linked. Necromancers can make a connection between the undead they've created. They can communicate through that. I see. I did certainly think that their movements were remarkable. It couldn't be a result of a single order. I don't remember feeling that kind of thing when I was the Lord's undead, but I was a special undead so I can't be used as a frame of reference. Then I realized something important. Wait a minute, does this mean that my cover was blown because I defeated that thing? It's possible. You should have told me that beforehand. They can't share their vision so your face hasn't been uncovered. Senri says wonderingly, her eyes open wide. Looks like there is no word for wait and see in the dictionary of Death Knights, or it has a very low priority. As expected from the Knight Order that's focused on offense. They would definitely rather make the first move, rush in and annihilate everybody instead of letting them roam free. Senri adds. But their behavior probably didn't change because you defeated one of their groups, or so I think. It's hard to judge. A while ago, Senri said that the presence inside the castle disappeared. There is a possibility that that could have been the trigger. If we assume that everybody who was on standby started moving because the individual inside the castle disappeared, why did it disappear? Did it die? Or there's also a chance that it found the night crystal inside the castle. If that was used to repress the negative power that the undead release, from the perspective of Senri, who was looking for the signs of the undead, it would almost seem like the presence had disappeared. But there is a way to look for it even when the emission of the negative power is being repressed. Night crystal can only erase the presence. My nose can't be deceived. Here, I hesitate. Should I turn into a dog? Vampires have a keen sense of smell, but it gets much better when I turn into a dog. I should turn into a dog if I want to be absolutely sure. But if I turn into a dog, I'll lose clothes again. If I get bigger, my clothes will be torn. If I turn back into a human, I'll be naked and it's also troublesome to have to get dressed each time. Senri was silently looking at me. She probably wanted to chase after skeletons as soon as possible, but she always patiently waits for me to finish thinking. Even when I'm wasting time here, skeletons still continue invading the castle one after another. I wish I could transform into a humanoid form like Oliver. Then, a revelation dawned upon me. It's crazy, but still worth trying. Senri, watch. I fire myself up, pour in the blood power and use the dodgification ability. As usual, an eerie sound of my skeletal structure changing rings right by my ears. However, I'm only pouring the power on top of my head. I remember how to control blood power. If I can adjust its strength, if I can improve the regeneration ability in some of my parts by concentrating, I should also be able to restrict its range. The transformation ends as smoothly as usual. I look below. I have legs and arms. I'm still wearing clothes. Nothing's torn. I check my face. The back of my head is bushy. My protruding nose is clearly perceiving the scent of the dead. My field of vision is wider than usual. I picked up the sunglasses that had fallen on the ground. I unfortunately can't put them back on because of the ears growing on top of my head, so I put them in my pocket. I did it, I really did it. Transforming only a part of my body. It needs some knacks, but since I was able to do it once, I'll be able to do it the next time too. This way I can chase after them with the strengths of a human form while using the strengths of a dog form. I proudly smile at Senri. Because I have a dog's head, I end up panting and my tongue pops out. Thanks for waiting, Senri. Let's chase after them. And, you always keep surprising me. The expression of Senri, who was always calm and composed, was stiff. Her lips were trembling. I wonder what happened. Senri took a step back and said a little apologetically. But it's really scary, so please revert back. I unintentionally roll back my tongue from too much shock. For Senri, who has fought so many monsters so boldly to be scared. Senri's apologetic face is even more shocking. Am I perhaps black right now? And, can you remain calm if my head turned into a dog without any warning? Senri says uncharacteristically fast, in a very natural manner. If Senri's head suddenly turned into a dog, I would feel much sadder than if my whole body turned into a dog. I see, the looks, huh? I overlooked it. I can't see my face and I'm a lesser vampire, so even if I look into a mirror, I'll only appear translucent. But if even Senri says so, I must look really unbalanced. Just as I thought I had a good idea. With a slight hope in my heart, I ask. Will you give me blood? And, don't get carried away. A cold voice hits my ears. Then, I move my nose. I look down on the main gate. It smells. It really smells. It's the smell of the living. Senri, there's a human inside. It's the smell of excitement. Senri was preoccupied by the undead, so she probably didn't notice. I jumped down from the rampart. At the same time, I pour in the blood power and expand my jaw. I know it. I know how to use the power. I could never learn magic properly no matter how much I studied, but this power is instinctual. At the same time as I jump down, I open my jaw towards the head of skeleton that was about to invade through the main gate. My fangs crush its skull together with the helm. An indescribable smell of metal spreads through my mouth and I spit it out. By that time, other skeletons had already reassembled their posture, but even then, there's no way ordinary skeletons could be a match for me. There was no mutated individual here. I steal a spear and destroy all the skeletons that had assumed a defensive posture with a single swing. That's when Senri finally jumped down. I throw away the spear. It's decently sharp and has a nice reach too, but my hatchet is even more powerful, and it's not made for swinging indoors. I suppress the blood power and revert the size of my head. Let's go. And, sometimes I can't keep up with you. Revert back. I can smell a human. I can't smell blood, but we should still hurry. And, revert back. It might be dangerous, so I'll be going ahead. Follow me, Senri. Woof woof. End. It's a little lonely that I don't have a tail to wag. Perhaps because this is a tourist spot, my curse didn't seem to have any effect when entering the castle. Most traps wouldn't have an effect on me. Neither poison nor magic will work on me, and I also have my regeneration ability. To start with, I can't imagine that there would be traps in a castle that's used for sightseeing. I made up my mind and ran inside the castle, skull and crossbones. The inside of the castle was as desolate as its outside. It looked better than the Lord's mansion, but there were no furnishings inside, no lights, and there was a giant spider web laid on the ceiling. I felt indescribably melancholy exactly because it was built so splendidly. Some vampires have made their own castles. Maybe if I survive long enough, I could have a castle too. It might be hard legally, but I don't think it'd be impossible if I exploited the loopholes in the law. If I had stolen all assets of the mafia I've destroyed, I would have been able to build a small castle at least. The air is damp and chilly, but I don't feel cold. Senri doesn't seem to be cold either. I move my nose. Right now, my sense of smell can differentiate scents to an unbelievable degree. Albertus could find me more than 100 kms away with just the smell. At this point, this sense should be called a paranormal sense instead of the sense of smell. I can smell things in chronological order. I can smell both the dead and the living. Following it, I move ahead without stopping. I meet a group of skeletons here and there, but I destroy them with a single blow. Senri's swordsmanship is precise even in darkness. Destroying only the insides of the group of the skeletons, Senri says. And, revert back. My ears twitch. I can hear a sound. It's the sound of a sword fight. I can hear a voice. A human voice. I can hear their breath. Mysterious pleasure is aching in the depths of my head. My instincts are pleased to display vampire abilities. It's a dangerous sensation. This smell is coming from the basement, woof, // this smell is coming from the barksment. End. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 97.1, Growth, 3. His attacks were swift and heavy, and without a hesitation. A swarm of the armed skeletons collapsed in the blink of an eye. There was no need for Senri to help. And walking in front of her was already strong enough. His unenthusiastic appearance was evidence that he had changed a lot ever since they had first met. After experiencing many hard fights and victories, End had obtained confidence and a power worthy of that confidence. The current End had enough power to make Senri, a second-class knight, struggle a little. He would never get that opportunity though, of course. It was a deeply emotional fact for Senri, who knew End from the time when he was wary of all directions. End said with a serious tone. Just what in the world are these guys after? But, he had fluffy ears and charming small round eyes. He didn't have a tail, but human words coming from a dog's head far surpassed the realm of uniqueness and instead felt uneasy. End was strong. He was strong, but he was also funny. Even if he said something serious while in his transformed form, she wouldn't be able to keep being on her toes. But this was most likely End's way of communicating. Everybody in the Order of Death Knights was serious, so this was a bit unfamiliar for Senri, but as long as it didn't go too far, something like this was fine too. End, your tongue is out. Unaware of Senri's thoughts, End nonchalantly continued advancing through the castle. Even if he was a lower rank, it was still amazing that a vampire was able to hold back his fighting instincts so much. This would be considered impossible according to the know-how accumulated by the Order of Death Knights. Recently he had started to ask for blood more often, but it wasn't like he was trying to drink blood by force, so it was proof that he had let his guard down. He also never directed his killing intent towards her. End. Your ears are twitching. They're almost like real dogs. As she kept looking, Senri felt like she was going to lose focus. If her old comrades were shown her current state, they might have felt so exasperated that they would stop chasing after her. The vampire in front of her was so unfettered, that even she ended up thinking about such stupid things, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Darkness is the ally of all undead. My physical abilities and 5 senses are far superior to those of ordinary humans, but even when I was a fleshman I could see through the dark. Even the skeletons guarding the mansion could also calmly walk through complete darkness. For abominable creatures like us, night is like daytime. From the looks of it, skeletons had been invading from all sides. The castle was full of them. We were told that the castle was used for sightseeing, so those shouldn't have been here since the beginning. Skeletons were all moving in groups together and each group was heading towards the same place. There's a dungeon. A part of the wall there collapsed during the recent earthquake. Senri said while walking calmly through the complete darkness despite being a human. She's probably keeping track of the surrounding situation with senses other than vision. It wouldn't be funny if the Death Knight, who's supposed to confront the darkness, was rendered immobile by that same darkness. I didn't know the internal structure of the castle, but we arrived at the appropriate-looking place by following the sounds and the smell. There were no signs of a strong enemy, so I cut the skeletons that were at the place before me with a hatchet and descended the stone stairs. The dungeon probably hadn't been used for a long time, it smelled of mold. There weren't many rooms, but the iron bars were stronger than expected and the rust was also within acceptable levels. As I was scrutinizing it, Senri told me. Looks like Descend is maintaining it for the purpose of sightseeing. Humans sure are tough. However, if the town is the one maintaining this place, they should have noticed the effects of the earthquake fast enough. I can't imagine something like skeletons gathering up being left out. We found the collapsed wall quickly. It was the third prison wall. The rubble had been cleared to the side and beyond the gaping hole lay the staircase continuing down to the basement. I can hear the small echoing sounds of a sword fight. I can also smell a faint scent of blood, but it's probably from scratch. Senri purifies the vanguard of the skeleton party that comes up behind us with a single blow from her silver blade. Then, advances forward and gets rid of the 5 attacking skeletons in the blink of an eye. Her movements are fluent like art, but I noticed that she's a little impatient. If I were alone, I would wait and see what happened, but it can't be helped. I stop Senri from trying to go to the front and take the lead. There's a narrow passage in the basement of the dungeon. Its width is about 2 meters and its ceiling is low and very oppressive. There seems to be a vent, so the air shouldn't be a problem. There seems to be a hole here, perhaps for drainage. Is this a secret passage? But not only was it blocked by a stone wall, there didn't seem to be any gimmicks at the entrance either. I don't know what kind of battles have been fought in this castle, but this might have been an escape route in case of emergency. I frown and look for the information about surroundings through the sense of smell and the flow of the wind. True darkness. Perhaps they have the lights on, air is mixed with the smell of fire. The tunnel seems to branch off a lot, almost like the labyrinth that appears in fairy tales. But if I follow this smell and sound, it shouldn't be hard to reach my destination. Then, I feel some discomfort. Vampires have resistance towards all types of attacks. But that only means that they can endure them, it's not like their senses are numbed. Something is here. They're not strong, but something is definitely here. It's hard to describe, but I feel like I'm being pulled a little. Senri, who was following me, didn't say anything. Looks like it didn't get caught by the detection ability of Death Knights. Maybe it's something that only the undead can feel. The continuous sound of the battle was an indication that a considerable number of skeletons had already invaded. But the human side was dominating the fight. They were breathing roughly and I could smell some blood, but the hard sound of something hitting the ground was the sound of skeletons falling. Negotiations with the skeletons failed, but a human should be willing to hear me out. They won't necessarily be on my side, but it doesn't seem like they use blessing like Senri. I mean, if they could use blessing, they wouldn't be struggling against skeletons. So, they shouldn't be Death Knights. If I help them out, they might at least hear me out. I want to investigate the reason for this discomfort I'm feeling, but that can wait. I might have been suspected if I were alone, but since I'm with Senri, who's wrapped in pure energy, it's unlikely for them to suspect me for being a vampire. It's a bit of a pity, but I turn my head back. Beast men exist, after all. They are members that have heads of beasts. They rarely descend to human villages and they're not very friendly with humans, so I can't exactly appear with the head of a dog in front of somebody who I'm trying to talk to. I can feel Senri sighing with relief. After I put on the sunglasses I'm quite fond of, I tell Senri with trust. Senri, I'm leaving my back to you. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. A violent sound of something hard hitting against each other echoes through the narrow underground passage. A pile of human bones, casually piled up on the ground, is reflecting the hazy light of a candle. Inside the narrow passage, 5 men are confronting the skeletons that have rushed in, blocking the way. Skeletons aren't human though they originate from human bones. Even veteran mercenaries wouldn't feel good seeing the ruins of what were once humans. However, if a dozen of them appear at the same time, that's a different matter. You won't have the luxury to feel aversion or fear. The men were mercenaries. They were neither vampire hunters, nor death knights. They were jacks of all trade hired for fighting. One of them, Deck, who was dressed in a somewhat dirty outfit, complained while swinging a mace. I didn't hear about so many of them appearing. Stop bitching and kill them properly. They're not that strong, don't forget to crush their heads. Lazar, who had technically settled into a leader-like position within this mercenary group, warned. Skeletons inherit the qualities from when they were alive. Skeletons, who had rushed in, could hardly be called powerful even as a flattery. The fact that none of the 5 men that had accepted this job got seriously injured was the biggest evidence of that. The attacking skeletons were many in number, but the pathway was narrow, so they could deal with several of them at the same time. Their opponents were undead who did not experience fatigue. However, thanks to the environment, the humans could take turns fighting. Unless they really messed up, they wouldn't have to worry about dying. Hunting undead at the old castle is a delicious job known to every mercenary visiting Descend. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 97.2, Growth, 3. Generally, hunting undead isn't profitable unless the enemy is a bigwig. You can't sell their meat or bones, and the lower-ranked undead don't hold any treasure on them. It's a job people won't take the initiative to take unless they're from the Order of Death Knights. And, since only Death Knights can deal with those bigwig undeads who stock up treasure, mercenaries don't get a turn. However, it's different if there's a private client. We're getting paid and there's not much risk of dying, so stop complaining. The client this time was Descend itself. The reward was guaranteed. The only undead appearing were the lowest ranks like skeletons, so it wasn't a bad job, except for the fact that they had to be on duty at night. The truly wonderful thing above all was that they'd definitely get paid even if the undead didn't appear. The most important thing for mercenaries is their life, and second most important thing is money. This job has a lot of undead, so the situation could get frightening sometimes, and if they were careless, they could get injured, but this was a relatively easy job compared to what mercenaries, who were fighting on the front lines against Demon King's army, were doing. Still, just where in the world are these guys coming from? Who knows? I've not heard of a war happening nearby. Lazar obeyed the gravity and swung down his mace. Having crushed the skeleton's head along with its thin helm, he frowned at Deck's question. He wasn't told about the situation. He was only told what he had to do. The undead have started to sneak into the castle at night, so please get rid of them. That was it. Lazar and the Co were stationed at the end of the underground passage that was discovered 5 years ago. This underground passage was already investigated by Descend, and it was known that nothing was there. Lazar and his group thought that there was a reason why the undead were coming, so they investigated the place several times, but they couldn't find anything. The underground passage turned many ways and it felt like first-time visitors would get lost, but it wasn't wide enough to be called a labyrinth. One of his comrades said with a bitter smile while fending off with his shield the spear that the skeleton swung with great difficulty. They should have just asked the Order of Death Knights. There's no way the Order of Death Knights would bother with small flies like these. No, if they get the info, they might actually come. But in that case, our job would be gone. After all, they don't take rewards. Lazar and the Co were laid-back mercenaries. They weren't aiming to be heroes, and they wouldn't go to the front lines where they wouldn't know if they'd live or die. Their skills were also at their limits, but it had to be said that they didn't understand the battle at all, as they were using spears in this narrow passage. In addition, they were unwisely moving in a group and had to be careful to avoid hitting their allies. Therefore, they looked like they were having a very hard time moving. Lazar was surprised when skeletons started to appear one after another, but it looked like they would be able to finish the job with no problems today. At dawn, he would have to go back to the town and rest for work again tomorrow night. Exterminating the undead in the basement of the castle every night might have been a hassle, but it wasn't like the undead could appear endlessly. He didn't know when this profitable job would disappear. Still, they should have thought a bit more before making them charge in. The moment he mechanically crushed the skeleton before him while thinking of such things, one of his allies, who was keeping watch on what was beyond the hazy light of the candle while squinting, shouted. "There's an evolved one. It's the Black Bone. Is it the commander?" A skeleton, who was only protecting its important parts, appeared from the darkness. The only thing that differentiated it from the skeletons they had defeated so far were its black bones. However, that was the proof that the creature before them was on another level from the ordinary skeletons. Lazar knew because he had researched the undead before taking the job. Most of the skeletons were small flies, but Black Bone was different. Skeletons accumulated power and evolved by killing living creatures and taking in the bones of their kin, but the weak never reached that level. A naturally evolved individual would become a strong enemy. His allies became obviously nervous. It was just a single enemy, but it was probably comparable to the dozens of skeletons they had defeated until now. The narrow passage limited the number of the enemies, but at the same time it meant that they couldn't surround the enemy either. Lazar had been told by the client that they could run away in case of an emergency, but he shouted. He had to, before everybody ran away. "Let's attack together. It's just one enemy. Let's finish it in one go before reinforcement comes." In response to his voice, his allies readied their weapons. In the hands of Black Bone was a massive scimitar. If anybody got hit by it, they could easily lose an arm. Since its wielder was an evolved individual, they couldn't hope for its strength to be weak. Lazar's decision to engage in combat didn't come from courage. He had reserved his retreat route if push came to shove. He could leave the castle if he used a byway. But, if this skeleton chased after him, he'd absolutely not be able to run away. On the contrary, he'd be killed without being able to do anything. It was fine, he told himself. After all, the enemy was alone. And it had only evolved once. They had killed skeletons until they were sick of it. Their opponent was just a stronger version of those, and it wasn't like it had any unique abilities like a vampire. They should have been able to defeat it. He encouraged himself with baseless thoughts and lifted his barely silver-plated long mace. A blood-red light was quietly shining in the middle of Black Bone's skull. The enemy's face was expressionless. But its dark and cold killing intent was clearly transmitted. Cold sweat slid down Lazar's cheeks. He focused on each of its moves. Lazar wasn't an undead. He only had one life. He wasn't allowed even a single mistake. Then, the black skeleton soundlessly stepped in. It was a simple swing. But that single slash had the speed of a whirlwind. Lazar intended to receive it. But by the time he came to himself, he had already retreated a long way back. The blade passed a few centimeters before his eyes. A few strands of his bangs scattered and the air stroked his forehead. He couldn't do anything. He didn't even have enough time to feel death before the blade turned over. Time stretched. Skeletons were fragile. If his allies took the chance to attack it, they might have succeeded in drawing its attention. But his teammates didn't move. No, they probably couldn't move. Lazar might have also frozen stiff if he were in their position. That's how powerful this attack was. It was far too different from the skeletons they had defeated until now. This is bad. I'll die. He was wearing armor, but cheap armor would mean nothing in front of a single slash like this. He didn't even have enough time for regrets. He could only open his eyes wide and stare at the raised blade and, a black line suddenly dashed in front of him. A high-pitched sound shook the air and the skull that was looking at him disappeared from his front. His thought process couldn't keep up with what happened. He kept staring stunned at Black Bone that had lost its head. Its arm, still holding the scimitar, crumbled down as if it had just remembered to do so. "All right, we made it just in time." A voice without a trace of nervousness called out to the frozen Lazar and the others. A girl with glasses and beautiful silver hair, who was unsuitable for this place, appeared from behind where the black skeleton stood, along with a very suspicious man who was wearing sunglasses even though it was night. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 98, The Anti-Undead Town, 4. The morning gave way to noon, which in turn brought on night. I woke up to Senri's knock as I lay inside the closet of an inn in Descend. The inns in Descend are not kind to vampires. There are no curtains, the closets are peppered with the right crucifix symbol, and the room was full of blatant anti-vampire measures. The weakness of vampires to the crucifix is rather subtle. We are weak to a specific crucifix, but it is not as fatal compared to our other weaknesses. That is the reason I, with few abilities then, was able to hold my own against Keeper, the vampire hunter, and also why Senri's sword is not in the shape of a crucifix. I looked up at the clay crucifix once again and sighed. The gradual increase in annoying weaknesses and their countermeasures are a little different from the image I had of vampires. Naturally, as long as my life depends on it, I could not possibly be lazy in dealing with them. The silver-haired ex-Death Knight looked at me and smiled ever so slightly that nobody except me could have noticed it. Senri looked as pretty as ever. Even after all the work of locating the castle last night and taking to the streets during the day, she still looked full of life. Morning, end. Morning. They should really consider human proportions when making a closet. You'd have all the space you want if you turn into a dog. I wouldn't be able to stay put if I did. Lately, I have been limiting the number of occasions I transform into a dog. The ability is rather convenient, and I did take a liking to both forms of fluffy white dog and cool, sleek black dog, but that is precisely why I feel like I would get careless and take things too far. Besides, I am mostly in my dog form while on the road, so I would rather not continue to stay that way once inside town. I felt fine. I do not need to check to know that my body is in tip-top shape. Unfortunately enough, I still have a lot of blood power. I hesitated for a bit, then opened the drawer, pulled out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. And finally, I felt around my pocket for the night crystal the size of the tip of my little finger, that we snagged last night. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The signs of life from the tunnels ended up being a couple of mercenaries. It was no more than a coincidence that we saved their necks in time. Though I did pick up signs of life, I could not tell that they were struggling to fight off the skeletons. 5 men between 20 and 30 years of age. They did not seem too competent. They all looked rugged and pretty built, but they were probably only as strong as the weakest soldier in Raynol's army. Strong people are often ones with a tenacious life force, although they do not need to have complete control over it like Senri. And these people do not have that. They do not seem to be able to wield magic, and the leader of the group, who introduced himself as Lazar, was someone I could take on with both my eyes shut. Either way, I do not intend to work together with or fight them, so their strength is really not a matter of concern. The mercenary group was perfect for the purpose of gathering information. They did not seem to doubt that I was an undead and were all captivated by Senri. Well, I also found it hard to tear my eyes away from her when we first met, and still cannot, so I can't really fault them. If they ever try to lay hands on her, I shall beat them to a pulp, but I shall allow them to gawk for a bit. To sum it up, we could glean no new information from them. Looks like they were hired to deal with the undead that invade the castle. Their employer being the town of Descend. Their job was to hole up in the castle and take down the undead that occasionally infiltrated it. They readily coughed up details only because they had nothing to hide. Did not seem like they were lying either. That was the extent of their job, and they were not ordered to protect anything. From what I hear, they have taken up similar jobs many times before. I did not learn what I thought I would. However, I did learn that they knew nothing. They were no more than your typical mercenaries. Mercenaries never question their employers unless there are extenuating circumstances. Although I do think it is rather crazy to stick to that rule when they have to put their lives on the line exterminating undead, it is their choice and I cannot do anything about it. And so, the biggest achievement from yesterday's castle raid, was the night crystal that we managed to obtain. Senri shut her eyes for a few moments after which she opened them and nodded. There's no mistaking it. I can't feel your presence. Yeah. I can tell too. I started sensing blood energy and began channeling it during the battle with the man-eater, after I lost the night crystal. So, I only had a vague understanding of it, but now I can grasp it fully. Energy was flowing through the small stone. I could distinctly see the path of flow. I found the stone in the corner of an unassuming passageway way past the tunnel the mercenaries were guarding. It was not in any treasure chest nor on any shelf, but just lay there out in the open, ignored like any other pebble. It was also only as big as the tip of my little finger and it probably went largely unnoticed by humans. Even if someone had noticed it, the thought of picking up a pebble in the dark would not cross their mind. Even the Death Knights would probably not have noticed it. I was able to barely sense its special nature because of my ability to sense the flow of negative energy. Either way, after all that is said and done, we had successfully accomplished what we set out to do in this town. However, to be honest, everything went a little too smoothly that something did not sit right with me. I never imagined Senri's proposal would directly connect us to our objective. I was only hoping to find a clue or two, but given how even Senri looked flabbergasted, I guess we were of the same mind. Nothing made sense. I have followed my head so far, but everything that happened at Death's End has been a very odd series of events. Everything has gone off without a hitch. Almost as if we are following someone's script page for page. We have gotten what we wanted. Nevertheless, I have no idea why this was rolling around on the ground there, why the skeletons attacked me or who is the mastermind pulling the strings from behind the curtain. First of all, what exactly is a night crystal? Appears to be no more than a mere pebble at a glance. I am aware that it can sparkle like a gem when cut and is actually more fragile than it looks. Why was it lying there of all places? Was Senri right in that the Mirage Demon King is the origin of the crystal? But it has been ages since he was felled. Why was this left intact there? And conversely, why was there not more of it? I heard from the mercenaries that they did a customary sweep of the tunnels. The reason why they did not discover the crystal is probably because of its simple looks as I mentioned, but the undead should be able to instinctively sense it. Even if one were to argue that the tunnel was only exposed because of the wall around it crumbling down, it has been a few years since that happened. Logically speaking, it makes no sense for it to be there. Oh, I guess the presence of night crystals cannot be detected from too far away. We got our hands on a night crystal. The only reason we did not leave this town right away is because the series of events have been too strange. Moreover, if this is where crystals are created, it would be a shame to leave after finding just one tiny crystal. I have already had 2 of them destroyed, so might as well find a spare and then some. I did consider swallowing the crystal, but thought it a little too hasty, taking into account that the crystal actually erases one's presence. Placing an object that absorbs negative energy in my body might greatly reduce my own strength, and not to mention I, quite unfortunately, tend to lose large portions of my body from time to time, so it would not really be the safest place to hold the crystal. Fleeing this place should be our last resort. Senri looked up at me and her eyes saw right through me, just like they did the first day we met. Got our meeting place fixed. Baron, even with your presence concealed, this town is far too harsh on you. Let me know if anything's wrong. I'm fine. I can tolerate it to an extent. I have been through a lot since I was revived, but they still do not compare to my previous life. Senri sidled closer to me. Because the flowing water here and there in this town could take me unawares and steal my strength. I let my tongue graze over my throbbing fangs as I took hold of her cold hand, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. A high-end bar was chosen to be our meeting place. Senri looked for and found it to be one of the few places that did not add garlic to their food. There's taxes levied on garlic-free food in this town. I want my father to take down the guys who decided on this rule. I uttered my umpteenth complaint since we entered this town, to a bespectacled Senri. Vampires have an acute sense of smell, so a simple dish with garlic cannot kill us. This is no more than mere harassment. That said, Senri's blood, sweet as ever, should make me feel elated as usual. She has not partaken any food with garlic for my sake. Just for my sake. The entrance was underground level. Down a white staircase we went and through a fancy door. As Senri had mentioned, there was not a whiff of garlic inside the bar. There were quite a few patrons, all of them well dressed. I guess, there are a few who would like to dine on garlic-free food in this town. The mercenaries we had rescued last night stood in a corner looking very ill at ease. I would have expected them to be swimming in alcohol, but there were only small glasses on the table. I raised my sunglasses and put an arm over Senri's shoulder and called out to them excitedly as I walked over. Hey! Sorry you guys had to come in so late. We were a bit occupied during the day. And no worries, you two saved our lives. Let us pay you back at the very least. He sounded brusque, but that is probably because of the life he had led. His face held no hostility or fear. I have not really had many dealings with others apart from a fight to the death, but I do possess the knowledge I gained from books. You need to put on a strong front when dealing with mercenaries. I plopped down on an empty seat and ordered a jug of the bar's strongest liquor. The bartender looked a bit surprised but said nothing. The mercenaries looked nervous. They seemed surprised yesterday too, and probably wondered about the circumstances that brought together the strange duo of a strong man much younger than themselves, who wore sunglasses at night, and a beautiful silver-haired girl, who did not look ordinary in any way. All the more so, as they had met for the first time in a castle at night. I flashed them a friendly smile. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Baron Silvis, a vampire hunter. This is Rue Silvis. Vampire hunter? Is that why? Senri eyes widened. Well, it might be a bit too late, but it is better to not use Senri's real name since the Death Knights could still be on our trail. Her name is not all that rare, but we stand to lose nothing by taking precautions. My impromptu introduction created a buzz and the mercenaries looked at each other. Vampire hunters seem to be a rarer species than Death Knights. And from what I have seen of the Keeper, they also seem to be oddballs. It is probably the best disguise in this town. Albertus was hunting down vampires despite being a cursed one herself, so it should not really be odd for me to do the same. I peeked at Senri before declaring brazenly. We have the same last names because I married into her family. And we are totally head over heels for each other. You had better be prepared to get socked if you ogle at my wife. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 99, Night Crystal, 2. Are you sure you want to let them join us? Sure, they saved our lives, but they're obviously suspicious. Also, they're vampire hunters of all things. Lazar answered his teammate with a silent, disappointed look. Mercenaries also fought against the demons sometimes, but vampire hunters were a group of madmen who even mercenaries feared. The way those small humans confronted monsters despite not having any special powers like Death Knights might have been interesting inside a story, but seeing it in person was the most frightening thing ever. They were different from Lazar and his teammates who were happy enough with just crushing skeletons. There were only a few vampire hunters. Many named themselves as vampire hunters to make use of their prestige, but these two were obviously no ordinary mercenaries. The air around them was different. Coming in without any light and defeating Black Bone in the darkness with a single blow is impossible for ordinary mercenaries, and if it was possible, they most likely wouldn't think of doing it. They also looked strange. The man, who named himself as Baron, was wearing sunglasses even though it was midnight and the woman was dressed unbelievably lightly. It wasn't like Lazar and the company were heavily equipped, but her outfit wasn't suitable for visiting the basement of the old castle of the former Demon King. It can't be helped. Just be happy that you're still alive. Besides, that Baron guy. His power is nuts. You saw it, right? He can crush a copper coin. That's not something a human can do. Lazar had seen plenty of people bragging about their strength, but this was the first time he had seen a man crush copper coins with just his fingers. What's more, the person involved didn't seem to be boasting of his strength, so it felt extremely strange. While it wasn't a humanly possible deed, it was understandable if the other person was a vampire hunter. Vampire hunters were strange in a head and they also had strange powers. Besides, they said that they didn't want the reward. We, on the other hand, can work more safely than usual. He continued as if trying to convince himself. Asking to join their job without demanding reward was a strange request. Lazar would feel suspicious too, if the other party was in the same trade. But they were vampire hunters. The only purpose of vampire hunters was to hunt the vampires. Of course they probably received money too, but since they could earn money more easily as mercenaries, they were definitely focused more on hunting monsters. And, in the first place, it would be one thing if they were on equal grounds, but there was no way he could refuse in that situation. Lazar and others already owed them. Then, Lazar glared at one of his teammates, Boris, who got into many troubles because of his womanizing ways. More than that, Boris. Don't you dare put your hands on Rue. You saw that power. A single punch will easily break a few of your bones. They were too young to be a married couple. Lazar didn't know if those two were really in that kind of relationship, but Rue herself didn't deny it with words, and Baron's eyes and tone were intimidating enough to think that he would actually beat them up. Perhaps Boris's instincts were sharper after going through a lot of painful experiences. He trembled with an unusually serious expression. Yeah, I know. Even I know how to choose my opponents. Still, the fact that vampire hunters would come here on a business trip, does it mean that this job is pretty dangerous? Lazar was fully aware that things were getting fishy. He relayed the information about the appearance of Black Bone to the employer, but their reaction didn't change much. Black Bone was a strong enemy, but it wasn't that rare. It was unbearable for Lazar and his teammates who actually encountered it, but it couldn't be helped that the client's reaction was weak. In the first place, it was common sense to call the Order of Death Night if undead started to appear. From the fact that they hadn't done this, it was obvious that Descend didn't consider this matter to be of high importance. Yeah. Isn't that why we're letting Baron join in? Besides, if you're worried, you can just put up a silver cross in the castle. Why did an easy job turn into something like this? Lazar sighed and looked outside. The night was coming again. They had to keep defeating those abominable undead in the basement of the castle again. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I decided to put the small, fragment-sized night crystal in the locket and hang it around my neck to not lose it. The locket that Senri bought for me is made of pure gold and it's not very strong, but it's originally just an accessory, and we're in Descent that's known for its silverwork, and to start with, even if this locket was made of steel, I'd still lose it if I'm not careful, so I have to compromise. If I hang it around my neck, I won't be detected to be a vampire. For some reason, Senri looks at my happy mood with exasperation. And, you're letting your guard down. I'm not End, I'm Baron. And you're not Senri, but Rue. You're my wife Rue. That's a simplistic setting. There should have been other better excuses. It's better than not doing anything. Senri sighs deeply. I gave the setting I wanted to play. I have to regularly suck Senri's blood. During that time, we have to be alone mostly for self-defense. Thus, this is a reasonable setting. Besides, this way, if those gruff mercenaries try to lay their hands on Senri, I can beat them up without hesitation. To start with, it was Senri who said that she'd always stay with me. In other words, she would be my family. And, in order to stay with an undead like me, we would need to have an even stronger connection than that. In other words, we would have to be a married couple. I say with a serious expression. There is clearly something in that castle. The Mirage Demon King was a mage. Senri says expressionlessly. The information we got from asking Mr. Lazar and the others again was too little. But we did find out some new things. The undead started invading from outside quite a long time ago, and several parties have already been involved in the mission to repel them. It seems like the higher-ups of Descend don't intend to report this situation to the Order of Death Knight at the moment. And, even when they were told about the appearance of an evolved undead, they didn't particularly show a strong reaction. In other words, this matter is not that unusual of a situation. Evolved undead have appeared before this too. The black bone that almost killed Mr. Lazar and his teammates isn't exactly the kind of monster that's impossible for humans to beat. It seemed like those higher up would change their mind if casualties appeared, so I'm sure they'd subjugate it without any problems at that time. And, now I can somehow guess why this town has so many anti-vampire countermeasures. Every nook and cranny of the basement should have already been checked by Descend, but there's a chance that they overlooked the night crystals and found something that only undead could identify. Let's go sightseeing if we have the opportunity. I couldn't look around Reynolds Castle in the end, and I wanted to go around it at least once. Senri frowns lightly. But she doesn't say anything. Either way, Senri should also be curious about the castle, which we would need to check. Skull and Crossbones. The castle of the Mirage King stood calmly today as well. The old castle illuminated by the moonlight was somewhat devastated, but still looked hauntingly beautiful. I don't want to be a demon king, but I want to build a castle like this one day. Mr. Lazar and the others were waiting in front of the castle. I don't feel the presence of undead today. We're always ambushing them in the basement. Most undead come here aiming for the basement. Why? No idea. But, it said that powerful undead usually live in underground labyrinths, so maybe they just like basements. These people really don't know anything. I look at Senri, but she's slightly shaking her head. I agree with her. I love coffins, and I also love basements where the sunlight doesn't reach, but I'm not drawn in like moths enthralled by the light. I'm sure the other undead are the same. That being said, I also don't think that those skeletons were aiming for the basement because they felt the presence of the night crystals. Sure, I felt the presence of the night crystals too, but that was only after I went to the basement. Its power isn't strong enough to be detectable from above ground. The movements of the skeletons had purpose. In other words, somebody gave them orders beforehand. Right now, I can defeat most skeletons. It wouldn't be a problem even if on top of that, Mr. Lazar and others betrayed us and attacked us. And, if the owner of the skeletons from the other day came too, if I'm with Senri, I should at least be able to run away. I wanted to look around the castle too, but I followed Mr. Lazar and his teammates who have already been hunting the undead for 2 weeks and headed for the basement. The moment I took the first step towards the basement while following Mr. Lazar and others, I stopped. Senri, who was walking behind me, stopped immediately. Is anything wrong? No, it's nothing. I frown, close my eyes and sharpen my mind. I don't take much time. I thought it was my imagination for a second, but it wasn't. Neither Mr. Lazar's group, nor Senri seem to have realized it. I can feel the presence of night crystals. I squint and look into the darkness. There is no sign of life in the underground passage that was most likely built by the Mirage King. Skull and Crossbones, Skull and Crossbones, Skull and Crossbones. The night crystal seems to be a part of the undead. The ruler of darkness with the skeleton king who once led 10,000 skeletons night closer. Kukuku. I don't know how true this is though. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 100.1, Night Crystal, 3. We are exterminating undead in the castle of the Mirage Demon King today as well. It's been more than 10 days since we started to secretly help the mercenaries. The castle of the Mirage Demon King seemed to be the focus of the undead. While they weren't flooding us every day, some undead appeared out of nowhere at least once in 3 days. There were several patterns to the way the undead acted. Mr. Lazar and his teammates said that all the undead were coming to the basement, but this knowledge was based on the fact that they were ordered to wait underground, and while most invaders seemed to be coming to the underground passage immediately, a few of them went around the higher floors of the castle. Most of the undead were skeletons. A lot of them were the lowest rank undead that hadn't evolved even once, but there were black bones mixed in, along with zombies and wraiths. Mr. Lazar and his group that were having troubles with a mere black bone definitely wouldn't be able to overcome this wave. Of course those are no match for me and Senri, who's now using Rue's name. It was my first time fighting wraiths, so I was surprised at first, but Blood Ruler could cut wraiths, who had no body, as if they had physical mass. As I thought, this blade could take undead as potential enemies. Furthermore, the body of lower vampires repels the mind manipulation wraiths use, so fighting them was much easier than dealing with skeletons, who have no substance. Meanwhile, in order to kill a second-class knight like Senri, they would need a horde bigger than the army of undead created by the Lord. On the other hand, there was something to learn from the way Mr. Lazar and his teammates fought. No, even if there wasn't, their guts for fighting the undead in darkness as ordinary humans was commendable. Frankly speaking, I was quite envious of the way they fought while cracking jokes with their weak comrades to overcome fear. What kind of training enable you to get so strong? I do a lot of muscle training. You don't really look like you have a lot of muscles. Quality over quantity. Besides, if I'm not at least this strong, I'd have trouble fighting vampires. I reply to Mr. Lazar while cutting skeletons in two. Senri says to me, who has completely fit in during these few days, with an accusing tone. Baron, try to be more nervous. It's fine, I'm alert. Right now I am hiding my presence with 3 night crystals. They're all small, so I can't hide a lot of my negative energy with each one, but with all 3 of them together, even Death Knights wouldn't realize anything if they saw me. In fact, Senri has already certified that. I've already fully explored the Mirage Demon King's castle. There was no light source inside the castle, so it must have been pitch black for humans, but it wasn't an obstacle for a vampire with eyes that can see through the darkness. There was nothing novel inside the castle. There were no expensive items, and while I was very attracted to the existence of the old castle itself, I couldn't find anything more than that. The information that this castle was abandoned a long time ago must have been true. If that was all, I'd decide that there was nothing here and leave this place quickly. However, the basement was what was stopping me from making that call. I naturally searched every part of the basement too. The underground path is intricate like a maze, but its range isn't very big, and I already have the map ready too. I wonder if it was an emergency escape route. The rugged underpass feels old, but it's not infested with creatures. It itself is just an ordinary passage. However, night crystals seem to appear in this basement. The crystal that I collected while helping Mr. Lazar and others in the beginning, were already back 2 days later when I came back together with them. At that time I thought that it was the crystal I had forgotten on the first day. After I saved Mr. Lazar and his group, I withdrew right after without being able to inspect the whole basement, so it's not impossible that I left it behind. But 2 days later after that, when I discovered a night crystal again, my doubts turned into conviction. I definitely didn't leave it behind. To start with, night crystals have a peculiar presence that only undead can feel. No matter how small it is and no matter how much its color melts into the darkness, there's no way I'd miss it. We decided to hunt here for a while. The principle behind the formation of the crystal is unknown. But, night crystals are valuable. The more we have, the better. It does bring me an indescribable feeling of discomfort, but it's better to collect as many as I can. At this point, it's clear that the purpose of the undead that appears every night is the crystals. Senri can't overlook this either. I also wouldn't be concerned about the safety of the other undead. I leave the lookout job to Mr. Lazar and the other mercenaries and sit down to take notes in the notebook Senri bought. What are you writing down? It's a secret. Maybe it was good that I showed my strength at the beginning. Mr. Lazar and his group seem to be respecting my will. There have been no signs of anybody trying to lay their hands on Senri so far either. What I'm writing down is the cycle in which the night crystals appear. First day. It had already fallen when I was helping Mr. Lazar and the others. I didn't go the next day. It seems that Mr. Lazar and his group also took breaks after getting permission from their client. Third day. When I came with Mr. Lazar and the co, it had already fallen. There was nothing on the day after that. There was nothing on the day after that either. There was one on the next day after that. I organized this information in chronological order with a pen in one hand. At first, it came back after a day, then it came back in 2 days. It doesn't necessarily revive every other day. Next, I write down as much as I remember of what happened each day. First day. Appeared. I saved Mr. Lazar and his group. Fought with and subdued a lot of skeletons and black bone. Second day. Unconfirmed. Third day. Appeared. Fought with skeletons. Fourth day. Didn't appear. Undead didn't appear. Fifth day. Didn't appear. Fought with skeletons. Subjugated black bones. Sixth day. Appeared. Fought with the skeletons. Seventh day. Didn't appear. Fought with wraiths and zombies. Eighth day. Didn't appear. Undead didn't appear. Ninth day. Didn't appear. Undead didn't appear. 10th day. Didn't appear. Undead didn't appear. The undead haven't appeared these last few days. There's a chance that they gave up, but according to Mr. Lazar and the others, it's common for attacks to not come every day. There, I noticed something. Maybe, they're made the day after we defeat evolved undead. I've not had enough trial runs, so I can't say for sure, but if this is true it will be very troublesome. After all, I'm not the one who decides whether evolved undead appear or not. I'm also wondering what would happen if we can't beat them. However, if this hypothesis is true, it's highly possible that the power emitted by the undead is connected to the regeneration of the night crystals. Maybe I could somehow create it myself too. After all, now I have the foundation needed to use necromancy. Of course, it's quite doubtful whether Senri would allow me to do it not. As the Lord's masterpiece, I have the potential to become stronger. I also have enough room to increase my power. The fastest way to get stronger is to make allies. There are demonic beings that unconditionally obey the vampires like Oliver. But if I want to become stronger, I'll have to do unethical things. And, Senri wouldn't want that. My beloved Senri, who has protected me all this time, has become the biggest wall. It's becoming troubling. As I'm immersed in my extravagant worries, Senri, who was patrolling together with Mr. Lazar and others, calls out to me. Baron, a big one is coming. Another black bone. Higher than that. There are no emotions on Senri's face, but as I have already mastered her character, I can see that she's a bit nervous. Higher ranking than black bone, that's a first. Even skeletons haven't appeared today. I stood up. By that time, all my previous worries had already vanished. To start with, I have no intention of ever leaving Senri. And, after attaining multiple night crystals, that goal has become more realistic. As I concentrate my consciousness, I can feel that the air is slightly shaking. No, that's not right. This is footsteps. It's still far away, but it's quite big. Are they letting it in the underground passage? It can't enter. Senri answers immediately. She has a far better detection ability and knowledge about the undead. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 100.2, Night Crystal, 3. Looks like the mage who's been sending skeletons over has lost their patience. Are they telling us to come out or are they planning to forcefully bury the underpass? We ask for the permission from Mr. Lazar and the guys, who haven't noticed anything, and go upstairs together. They would only be a hindrance since they had troubles even with Black Bone. Their presence wouldn't make much difference, so it would be better if they stayed where they had less likelihood of dying. The closer we get to the surface, the greater the shaking becomes. Senri says. It's most likely a skeleton giant. Do black bones get bigger when they evolve? Wrong. It's made from the bones of the giants. It's stronger than black bone. Giants, as their name implies, are a minority race that look like humans, but are said to be several times larger. Because of their size, they have their unique culture and rarely appear in human towns. Of course, I've never met them, but from what I've heard, all of them are excellent warriors. They're much bigger than humans, so they must be strong. However, I see, things like them exist too. It's a race known for their Herculean strength. I don't intend to compare strengths up front, but I'm slightly interested in which one's stronger, them or the lesser vampires. We run through the dungeon and go outside. At that moment, the ground shakes extremely violently. KH. My eyes open wide. I didn't have to look for it. It was just huge. It looked like skeleton with golden bones. But each of its bones were much thicker than my torso and shone with dull light in darkness. I couldn't see it fully with a single glance, as its eye sockets, from where sinister red light was spilling, kept looking down at me from above the partially destroyed ceiling. Demon King Raynal was huge, but he was always walking on 4 legs and he pretty much never stood up on his hind legs, so this thing here should have advantage in pure height. In addition, my opponent wasn't alone. There was only a single big one, but I could feel the presence of multiple skeletons around. It was not just 10 or 20. A black bone is here too. It's an all-out war, huh? Maybe they haven't charged in despite having gathered so many troops because they have great discipline. But even so, this amount of fighting power is too much no matter how I think about it. Mr. Lazar and the guys wouldn't be able to hold off even the 10th of them, no. Did they gather this big of an army because I repelled black bones prior? If so, I did something horrendous to these guys. The skeleton giant doesn't roar. It's just quietly looking down on us. It's the first time I've seen a giant, but as its name suggested, it's awfully huge. It's very intimidating even with a hollow bone body. I gave up on comparing my strength with it. No matter what, our physiques are too different. How are you supposed to fight with skeleton this big? If skeleton of this size had an appropriate size sword and swung it generously, this half-destroyed castle wouldn't stand a chance. No, it looks like it could destroy the castle wall with a single punch. But it's fine. The enemy is huge, so it doesn't have maneuverability. And, with my jumping power, I should easily reach its head. It's armored, but because of its size, it's full of openings. I'll cut its neck bones. I just have to break it first before it breaks anything. It's a good opportunity to show my power to Senri. I lick my lips at the sign of a strong enemy I haven't faced in a long while and say to Senri. Senri, I'll take on the big guy. Photon delete. Skull and crossbones. I wanted to fight. I'm sorry, but that was the best solution. Senri replies somewhat apologetically to my words. And her expression makes my heart bleed even more. It has a terrific power no matter how many times I see it. The beam of light that Senri released blew off the skeleton giant without letting it do anything. It wasn't even a battle anymore. If that light was directed at me, even I, having gotten stronger as a lesser vampire, would be vanquished in a single blow. Even I could probably, maybe, definitely defeat skeleton giant, but it would most likely be impossible to defeat it in one hit. In the battle against the undead, Senri is the closest to being invincible. The most terrifying thing is that Photon Delete isn't Senri's original creation, but rather Apei's specialty. Even though I'll have no chances of winning against Apei, as expected, I'm doomed for the fate of always running away. Contrary to my dejected self, the mercenary bunch were in high spirits for some reason. Maybe they're happy that we annihilated all the undead. They're sure easygoing despite the fact that they'd be killed if we weren't here. Cheer up, Baron. If you're so narrow-minded, your wife will leave you. Even I have my own pride. Well, I knew that Senri could defeat Skeleton Giant, but even so, this is just too much. Just where should I put down my raised fist? Well, cheer up. You defeated a big shot. If we report it, we'll get extra money. We lucked out, so I'll treat you to a drink. Why, thank you. Please choose a place that doesn't serve garlic. I'll empty out your wallet, don't you underestimate a vampire's power. Just as my thoughts went this far, a sudden question appeared in my mind. Mr. Lazar and the others can't be called strong mercenaries even as flattery. They can defeat skeletons, but they lose to Black Bone and would most likely flee without being able to do anything against Skeleton Giant. But they're definitely not weak mercenaries either. They have enough skills to defeat monsters that appear on the highway, and they have spent way longer than me fighting with their swords. Descend is a peaceful town. There hasn't been a war in a long time, so the level of visiting mercenaries must have naturally fallen. Mr. Lazar, when mercenaries here exterminate the undead, does anybody end up dead? Dead. Nah, nobody seems to have died on the mercenary side. To start with, usually only weak undead appear. Usually, we are just unlucky. Mr. Lazar says while frowning. As expected, huh? Mr. Lazar and the co are mercenaries, and because they don't have much ability, they must have carefully selected their job. It would be good if being unlucky was enough to wrap up this situation. Senri also seems as though she's not convinced. Something strange. Everything strange. We can't withdraw. I know we can handle it. The power of crystal is too alluring for us to go without confirming anything. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 101, Night Crystal, 4. Imagine this. A suspicious duo appears at the site of the old castle every night. One of them is a peerless beauty and the other one has superhuman physical strength. You split up with them every night when returning after finishing the job and never meet them during the daytime. You've met them in Descend only once, at an unusual bar that doesn't serve garlic at night. It's strange for me to say this, but Mr. Lazar and his group must have something wrong with them as mercenaries. How can they act together with such an extremely suspicious duo and not even feel suspicious? At the very least, if I was in their position, I'd have immediately cut off the relationship or reported to the employer. In the first place, they still haven't withdrawn despite being attacked by the undead they couldn't handle numerous times. I'm so speechless from their stupidity, I can't even sigh. But, I quite like Mr. Lazar and the others, the mercenary group, who are neither useless nor helpful. I can sympathize a lot with their compromising attitude that everything is fine as long as they're benefiting from it and as long as it's not hurting anybody. Looks like Mr. Lazar's group is getting a cash bonus according to the number of undead that appear. I gave them all my rights to claim that amount in place of keeping us secret. It's pretty nice when interests align. It's ideal if we're fighting together temporarily. But it looks like I'll need to make another move soon. There are too many things we don't know, I can only check things one by one. If things start to seem dangerous, we just have to hurry up and run away. After finishing today's work, Senri and I were sharing information at the inn in Descend. I think that Descend is hiding something. I agree. To start with, regardless of whether this matter concerns the undead or not, it's kind of strange that they didn't contact the Order of Death Knights. The Mirage Demon King was an enemy of the Order of Death Knights, defeated a long time ago. It wouldn't be strange to contact them after undead started to appear again, and the Order of Death Knights wouldn't ask for the reward, so it's not a money-related problem either. I nodded strongly, while making my line of sight crawl on Senri's white skin that was highly exposed to her shoulders, satisfied at us having the same opinion. As I put my arms around her delicate back, Senri doesn't resist the movements of my hands and changes the direction of her body. The softness and warmth of her flesh, the hardness of her bones that I sometimes touch, her shiny hair and of course the blood flowing through her body, everything is first-rate. We're on a single-person bed. There's nobody around. On the long-awaited feeding day, I'm thinking with all my might where to bite today. Senri's voice is calm. But her heartbeat is slightly faster than usual and it's also taking her longer to continue the conversation. Also, although it's difficult to see in the darkness, her skin is also slightly dyed crimson. The five senses of a lesser vampire won't miss even the slightest change. It was kind of different from what I expected, so I slightly pushed Senri, who was facing sideways, to lie face down. I hook my finger around the collar of her thin nightgown, slide it slightly down and evaluate. I still don't know everything about Senri, but perhaps because of her great blessing, there are no wounds on her body no matter where I check, so it's hard to choose where it's better to bite. I continue while holding back my aching teeth by licking them with my tongue. There has to be a reason why the night crystals are multiplying. I want to check the moment of its appearance once. Night crystals give a special kind of discomfort to the undead. At the very least, there's no trace that the crystal appeared while I was hunting the undead together with Mr. Lazar's group. In other words, something happened after we were gone between the morning and the night. That's a big problem. Sunlight doesn't reach inside the underground passage, but the vampire's powers still decline at noon unrelated to that. It's a bit dangerous to hide in the basement. Of course, I'll do it if it's needed. But is it worth going through so much risk? I have my nose close to Senri's neck like a dog, as she's lying face down, but as expected, it feels kind of different, so I lightly grab Senri's shoulders and turn her sideways. After being turned sideways, Senri's eyebrows twitch. The glimpse of her collarbone hopelessly entices my urges. Or I could try to investigate the higher-ups of Descend, who hired Mr. Lazar's group, but if I reveal my identity they'll find your location, Senri, and I can't exactly threaten them so it's difficult. I've heard that powerful vampires have the power to manipulate the hearts of their targets, but I don't have that. I've been making some various suspicious actions and if I'm careless, this town might be more dangerous than attacking undead. After all, they even have perfect vampire countermeasures. The bosom wrapped in a loose nightgown is moving slowly. Indeed, we need to act cautiously. But, before that, end. Senri says with a little sigh. If you're going to drink blood, do it already. I'm choosing where to bite. You already said that you'd allow me that much, Senri. Sure, I said it. But I've been turned over for the third time already. It'll be morning at this rate. She's right. But it's hard to decide. Senri gives me her blood once every 10 days. In other words, it only happens 3 times in a month and I have some leeway until I hit the limit of my feeding urge, so depending on the situation, it might take longer. And Senri, being stingy, only allows me a single bite just once. I'm also only allowed a minimum touch of her skin. Once I sink my fangs in, I just have to suck from there. The pace at which I can suck blood is up to me, but since Senri is delicate, there's only a limited amount of blood I can get from her without causing any problems and no matter how much I try to prolong the feeding time, there's a limit to it. She'll mostly overlook me touching her skin while sucking blood, so I can endure it to some extent, but the most fun thing for me is the timing at which I sink in my fangs. And that's also when Senri has a nice reaction too. Her reaction is different depending on the location of the bite, so I can't help but put my effort in choosing carefully. It's because you only allow me to bite once, Senri. It's not like it'll increase the amount of blood I suck anyway. Senri glares at me as I complain. I allowed it to some extent at first. But then, how many times did you bite me, and? I don't remember. But there are no marks left. You kept biting me through the whole night no matter how many times I asked you to stop. Isn't it fine? It's not like she's losing more blood. It's just play biting, a proof of my trust. It was the best, to say the least. I protest while staring at Senri's neck. That's a lie. You never told me to stop. That's because, you were covering my mouth with your hand. Did something like that happen? There's no way Senri would lie, so most likely it did happen. But, I'm also compromising to some extent. When I experimented with Monica, I bit her more than I ever did Senri. The place where I got the biggest reaction from after biting was the base of her leg. But I've never asked Senri to let me bite her leg. I've been heartbreakingly holding back on sucking her blood while showering together or taking off her clothes. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but there is definitely no other gentlemanly vampire like me. If cutting my guts will make her forgive me, I'll cut my stomach as many times as needed. Besides, it's because I knew that I'd take a long time selecting that I'm choosing while consulting about the future. Is there anything wrong with my actions? No, there isn't. Senri narrowed her eyes, laid on her back and asked me with a solemn voice from below. And, can you swear that you're seriously doing this for nutrition replenishment and not for your personal enjoyment? I've decided. As expected, I'll do it from the front. Thank you for the meal. As I thought, it's better to suck while looking at her expression. Senri caught my arms that I had stretched out to get into the main dish, and said with an almost reproaching tone. Also, stop saying thank you for the meal too. Skull and crossbones. What's wrong? Did you guys have a fight? It's a delicate problem, so I'd appreciate it if you don't ask anything. You're sure Frank? Mr. Lazar stares in wonder. Senri glares at me. The old castle was quiet. Today I've been here in a suitcase since the evening, but nothing out of the ordinary seemed to have happened. Just a few tourists came by. Descent also seems to be pushing for this castle as the sightseeing spot, and no strong monsters seem to be appearing around, so things like that happen too. And, looks like today is a miss. I go to the underpass like usual and wait for the attack of the undead. The guy who gave us the job is suspicious. I didn't think you guys were so capable, he said. Well, you guys really aren't that strong, Mr. Lazar. Cool, well, we're nothing, compared to vampire hunters. Unlike the undead, humans can't kill living creatures or monsters to gather death energy. However, in my experience, strong enemies have an aura of strongness around them. All the people I've faced until now were veteran warriors. Among them, only Keeper was a pure human who didn't amplify his power with blessing or curse, but that man also had a mysterious air about him. I don't feel that with Mr. Lazar and his group. I don't know what the gap between them is, but I'm sure there's a huge wall. Albertus resented the undead enough to turn into a black dog, but I'm sure Keeper's resentment wasn't weaker than hers. I received blood, so I'm overflowing with power. And today is the full moon. My power is stronger than ever. Perhaps that's the reason I was able to notice it before Senri. It was probably not something I caught with my 5 senses. There is probably some kind of connection between me and my kind. I declare to Senri, who looks surprised perhaps because she has noticed it, in advance. I'll do it today. It's the presence of a closely related kin. Their strength even surpasses that of the skeleton giant from the other day. They haven't shown themselves yet, but I could see that they were serious today. Looks like the enemy ran out of patience before we could make our move. There's even a chance that the caster will appear too. If we can capture them, we could hear their plans. Senri whispers, as if putting a damper on my enthusiasm. I won't give you a reward even if you do your best. I'm working for free, but I've already gotten more than enough payment. Sucking blood isn't the only instinct vampires have. Perhaps sensing what was happening from our attitude, Mr. Lazar and the mercenary bunch had frozen up. As I regained my fighting spirit, I shrugged and ran upwards. The undead king of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 102.1, Night Crystal, 5. An acutely dark presence is approaching. It's an indescribable feeling. If I must say it, it's as if darkness itself is closing in on us. For an undead like me, who's exempted from the rules of death, that presence is something I'm very familiar with, but I think that the Order of Death Knights and the mercenaries, who confront this with living flesh, are really amazing. I escaped from the basement. Although they're not visible yet, there are an unbelievable number of the undead surrounding the old castle. To start with, necromancers are good at suppressing with numbers. If there's no mage who can launch wide-range attacks, the difference in numbers can determine the tendency of the battle. And, that's the reason why the Order of Death Knights, who can annihilate the undead on a wide scope, are considered their natural enemy. I left Mr. Lazar's group in the basement. The difference in numbers can be somewhat mitigated inside the narrow underground passage. It's pretty doubtful whether I can finish things without letting a single undead slip by, but their chances of survival aren't that low. I thought for a while and decided to check the difference in our military strength. The undead neither run nor hide, and since I'm the same kind as them, it's not hard to read their presence, but when there are so many of them here, as expected, the processing ability of my brain can't catch up. In that case, it's better to act flashy and let them attack first. That's a dangerous plan. Senri says with a rebuking expression, but this is not a plan for a human with limited stamina. And, this is the safest. It'll be perfect if I leave Senri to guard the basement. The undead are strengthened by gathering death energy. It's only a tiny amount compared to the power vampires get by feeding, but it's better than nothing. There's no meaning in actively hunting them because the amount of energy the undead release after their second death is insignificant compared to the living beings, but with so many of them here, they should be able to fill my stomach to some extent. I confessed to Senri before heading into the battle. Every drop of your blood is mine, Senri. I won't give it to them. I see. I thought she'd be moved, but Senri's reaction is extremely lukewarm. However, judging from her smell, she doesn't seem to hate me, so I should retreat now. I know. Men, who keep pushing without thinking about the other person, are hated. It was written in a book. I go outside alone and jump along the castle wall to the center of the castle on the crumbling spire, with blood ruler in hand. Cold wind strokes my skin and the moonlight is giving me power. I can see the dead crowding in the darkness even through my sunglasses. What a quantity. They're truly worthy of being called an army. But I'm not afraid. I only feel excitement. The Mafia was weak. It's the first time since Raynal that I'm fighting so many monsters. The dead deployed around the old castle surpassed the ones Lord Horus controlled, at least in numbers. It arouses my fighting instincts as a lesser vampire. I have no hatred for them, but I can kill as many of them as I want. I feel countless eyes on me. I'm being watched. The hatred and killing intent is bringing me a tingling good sensation, and, without any signal, the dead all rush into the castle at once, skull and crossbones. Senri has given me a lot of information until now. Including how to fight, common sense, the tricks of necromancers, and the basics of the battle against the undead. The first thing I checked was whether they had realized my true identity. What you need in a fight against a vampire is how to use their weakness. Keeper I fought once is a good model for that. I'm strong. I'm still a lower rank, but I have enough power to somehow corner the Demon King, and because of the regular act of feeding, my power right now is stronger than it was before. If they realize that I'm an undead belonging to the vampire class, they will undoubtedly bring abominable crosses and garlic, silver weapons, and the blessed holy water will also have a strong effect on them, as they're also the undead, so I think they won't use those. I observed the undead that were surging forward for a while and confirmed that they were using the brute force approach. The decayed castle wall no longer maintained its form as the castle wall, but it was spectacular to see countless skeletons climb it in a straight line aiming for me. Of course, they were also rushing in from the open gates too. Amazing, so something like that's possible too. Skeletons were riding on top of each other. Looks like a body without any skin or flesh is very convenient for coordinated group gymnastics. But, it's sheer stupidity to challenge somebody like me, who doesn't feel any fatigue or exhaustion and has high regeneration ability, with numbers. Even Reyno's mighty army could hardly match up to me, so there's no way skeletons could be worth anything regardless of how many of them were gathered. I got bored of observing, so I quickly slid down the half-destroyed roof of the spire. I jumped into the swarm of bones, possibly numbering over several hundreds, who were running towards me. Skeletons really were just skeletons. I've heard that the capabilities of the skeletons reflected their talents from when they were alive, but these guys were probably the bones of ordinary people. Their combat skills were far inferior even to the skeletons that were protecting the Lord's mansion, but at least they had advantage in numbers. The skeletons only had a single crude sword and weren't even wearing armors. I even felt some pity for the sloppy way they were treated. With a single swing of a hatchet, I blew away several skeletons. The bones that had been hardened with magic are meaningless in front of the physical strength of a lesser vampire. Just like that, without running out of breath, though not breathing wouldn't affect my actions at all, I destroyed the tower of skeletons. The bulky wreckage of skeletons and their crude swords collide with the stone pavement, making a loud sound. It doesn't seem like the swords of hundreds of skeletons would even graze me. Anyway, just how many skeletons did they prepare? What are they, skeleton enthusiasts? The moment I frowned at the fact that their numbers didn't decrease no matter how many skeletons I cut down and yet they didn't prove to be of any challenge, my keen vampire hearing caught a sharp wind noise. I rotated my body and avoided the thing that came flying at me. It was an arrow. An iron arrow. It miraculously avoided the horde of skeletons and pierced the stone floor. On top of the castle walls, beyond the dead that were still single-mindedly rushing in, I could see the figure of the skeleton that was wearing splendid armor. It was carrying a bow that was as big as its body and its bones were as black as night. I'll call it Black Bone Archer. There were skeletons equipped with a slightly inferior bow and armor around it in the same way. Black Bone Archer shot arrows in quick succession. The flying black arrows slipped through the many gaps between the skeletons, sometimes crushing them, and headed straight towards me. It was an obviously isolated ability. The surrounding skeletons also shot the arrow, as if to match it. The arrows came pouring almost like rain. I see. So this is their favorite. I realized something a bit too late and clicked my tongue. I wasn't the only one observing the situation. They were also investigating something. What were they investigating? Well, of course, my identity. To say even more, they were probably dispatched under the assumption that they would be destroyed, in order to make sure that I wasn't a Death Knight. Death Knights are the apostles of light. If I was a Death Knight, I couldn't be dealt with by ordinary means, and even if they maintained their distance, they could have been purified from afar. And, after looking at the way I fight, they were convinced that I'm not a Death Knight. Thus they dispatched their favorite. I've sure been underestimated. I accurately cleared away the only arrow that was released by Black Bone Archer, the powerful arrow that was hard to see, out of the downpour of arrows. The arrows released by other archers were slow and not very powerful. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 102.2, Night Crystal, 5. Blood Ruler left by the Lord is a wonderful machete. Its reach, strength and sharpness are just perfect. Fulfilling my duty of stalling them, I destroy the skeletons that are rushing in, while avoiding the arrows and sometimes slicing them apart. The skeletons attack like the waves. Even if they're the bones of ordinary people without combat skills, the tombs are finite. The night is still young. Since they're also undead, they surely don't intend to fight until sunrise. Time is on my side. I hear the sound of trampling the ground from countless sounds. I jump over the skeletons and block the jet-black blade that was swung down, with the machete. After I force it back by pouring in more power, the Black Bone Knight that launched the attack jumps far back and lands while trampling its allies. They're really generous. I involuntarily stare in wonder. It's a magnificent black bone, towering at 2 meters. It was undoubtedly a famous hero in its lifetime. Without saying anything, Black Bone raises the giant sword the same height as his body. It truly has a terrifying physical strength, the privilege belonging only to non-humans. But, not as much as me. If they could open their mouths, they would surely exclaim, "That's impossible," in disbelief. The single slash that was most likely swung with its full power contained strong force that I wouldn't be able to bear when I was a newly turned lesser vampire. Still, they've only evolved once. I have gone through a number of evolutions. Before I knew it, the number of surging skeletons had decreased. They were replaced by more powerful variants. Bone wolves, bone monkeys and bone bears. When I look at them like this, I end up thinking about strange things, like how different animal bone structures are. It's very fresh for me, because the Lord used animals other than skeletons as they were. In addition, before I knew it, countless semi-transparent humanoids started flying in sky and a large chorus that sounded like screams echoed at night. It's almost like the end of the world. It's a full-course meal. Aren't they going to great efforts? Taking all the killing intent and hatred around on me, I lick my lips and raise my machete high up, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Dozens of kilometers away from the old castle. On top of a remote mountain, a man with a fiendish expression was looking into a crystal ball with eyes open wide. It was a man with dry ashen skin. He was around 30 years old. He wasn't tall, but his stagnant eyes were so unhinged, any sane human that saw them would run away screaming. In fact, the man was an existence that despised the world and resented humanity. A necromancer. A dark mage who freely manipulated the dead and disgraced the souls. However, his expression that almost always remained unchanged, was now distorted in astonishment. Aye. Impossible. A scene that seemed unearthly was unfolding inside the crystal ball. Countless dead were flowing into the castle where nobody had reigned in a long while. Most of the undead were skeletons, but among them were also evolved skeletons, black bones and skeleton wilds that moved in shape-shifting ways that were structurally impossible for humans. There were also many spiritual-type undead that couldn't be damaged with ordinary weapons mixed in. They had enough military strength to destroy a small town overnight. However, the army of the dead the man was proud of couldn't even kill a single person. What's with that human? It was an unbelievable sight for the necromancer, who had barely met any obstruction until now. The target of the dead was a single young man. He was probably in his mid-teens. He was wearing sunglasses despite the fact that it was night and he was swinging an obviously unordinary big blade. But that was it. He was neither a death knight nor did he use combat magic. He didn't have any allies nearby either. However, a single blow from his machete easily blew away the undead that were swarming around him. He repelled a hit from Black Bone Knight, who boasted of extraordinary strength, accurately cleared away the arrow from the archer that was hard to even perceive, and top of that, even though he was fighting all this time, he showed no signs of exhaustion. Is he really a human? Or is it the power of some kind of a curse? The force dispatched by the man tonight was enormous. Unlike the skeletons that he had sent to wait and see, the man had sent almost everything, ignoring the benefits, in order to eliminate everything that stood in the way of his domination. Numbers are power. Even if the opponent was a mighty warrior, all he had to do was send in an army of 10,000. It would be one thing if the enemy was a part of the Order of Death Knights, but it was out of the man's expectation that they couldn't kill what looked like a single human. The sight inside the crystal ball was always disadvantageous. Calmness came back little by little to the man's excited thoughts. Neither poison nor miasma seemed to be working at all. No, what's up with his injuries? Damn it, I can't see. He was extremely skilled. But that didn't mean that no arrows hit him from the rain of the arrows. The skeleton archers the man had gathered were elites. He had used the bones of people who were excellent archers in their lives. While neither of them seemed to have accurately wounded his body, several of them had grazed him. And those arrowheads were coated with powerful poison that would render any human unconscious just from a scratch. How can he be okay? How? There were some other mysterious points too. Due to dark magic, the undead were coated with powerful miasma. Miasma changed the air. Even if a single one had no effects, with all of them gathered together, any human would have problems even moving. Nevertheless, the young man didn't even change his expression. Even the scream of banshee, which shook the human hearts, or the sleep-inducing mist that he had used at the same time as the charge of the undead, didn't seem to have any effects. His treasured skeleton giant, made after hard effort, broke down the castle walls and attacked. However, skeleton giant was already defeated once. The man couldn't imagine it defeating the young man without dealing any noticeable damage. The man clenched his fists hard enough to draw blood and whispered with a trembling voice. "Ku! You monster! I misjudged. Who could have imagined that Descend had left such a skilled fighter like that in the old castle? He should have prioritized the retrieval of night crystals instead of choosing to eliminate the foreign enemy. Even the crystals, that the necromancers wanted at any cost, couldn't be weighted against the army that he had painstakingly created over many years. No matter how strong the enemy was, he was just a single person. All the man had to do was use a decoy and find the crystals during that time. He still had another move. But, regardless of how annoying it was, he had to avoid more losses. He had remembered the young man's face. The next time they met, he'd definitely kill him. The man would make him forevermore regret that he had made the enemy of a necromancer. Using their connection, the man gave the order as if spitting it out. In that moment, a refreshing voice echoed inside the room where nobody else was supposed to be. "Wait, necromancer, Roman the butcher." Black mist gathered and took the shape of a person. Appearing from the darkness was a woman wrapped in black garments. She had a cold gaze, but her irises were red as blood and her skin was so translucent it was hard to imagine it belonged to a human. A vampire. One of the most famous and feared species of the undead in this world. The man called Roman frowned and shouted at the unexpected visitor. "So it's you. I don't remember even welcoming you. How did you enter here?" "That's exactly why you're third-rate. There are a few secret paths. This mountain was already bought out by my lord and bestowed to me. The trespassers have no rights. TSK. What does a single vampire need here?" The retainer of the Stake King, Sable Blood Pain, smiled faintly at Roman, who, despite the fact that his army was on the brink of extinction, still maintained his arrogant attitude. "My lord is interested in him. I won't let him get away anymore."